network statement, and shortly we will be putting out the network statement for the 26-27 financial year. So this is an ongoing process that is intended to ensure we are able to transport as much freight as there is appetite for, and we look forward to further applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Creasy. Let's try again, Minister Kachalia, if your connection has improved. Minister Kachalia. I will then proceed to Deputy Minister Morolong.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's a pity that I have to respond to a remark made at an ANC event yesterday by an honorable member who wants to attribute the failure of local government to the president. In 2019, the president, as part of his coordinating role, introduced the district development model as a response to a cumulative debilitating state of local government in South Africa. And this was to ensure that government plans in unison, that government budgets plans in unison, and that all spheres of government speak in unison to accelerate service delivery. And so the failures of local government cannot be attributed to the president. In fact, as part of his responsibility, the president is duty-bound by the Constitution to develop national legislation. And you would know that the Department of COGTA is currently seized with a white paper on local government to review the white paper on local government of 1998. And this is to respond to systemic failures of local government. So the suggestion that the failure of local government is attributed to the current sitting president is not borne out of fact. Thank you very much.
Deputy Minister Nel. Deputy Minister Nel, are you online?
Yes, Deputy Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. No, I thank the honourable member who made the statement regarding the reopening of the inquest into the death of Bantu Stephen Biko. Indeed, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Minister Kubai, did, in terms of Section 17A1, read with Section 6A and 6D of the Inquests Act, direct that the inquest be reopened. The NPA on the Friday, the 12th of September, enrolled the reopening of the inquest in the Gqeberha High Court. It's very significant that the announcement and the re-enrolling took place on the day that we commemorate the brutal passing of Bantu Stephen Biko. In this regard, that inquest forms part of many others, including those into the deaths of Babla Saluji, Neil Agate, the Craddock Four, Griffiths Mplenge, and Chief Albert Lutuli. I think also significant is the conviction in the Gauteng High Court of security policemen responsible for the killing of the Kosas Four. Very significant also that some of those convictions were based on apartheid as a crime against humanity. I think this must also be seen in the context of the establishment by President Ramaphosa of the Gampepe Commission to inquire into allegations of interference with the prosecution of TRC cases. I think this decision and all of these actions reaffirm government's commitment to upholding the rule of law, promoting accountability, and pursuing justice for families affected by deaths that still demand clarity and resolution. I thank you.
Deputy Minister Singh.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister Kachalia is using my gadget, so he will be responding. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members.
Please proceed, Minister.
I'm apologising for the connectivity problems, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members. I've heard some of the questions on safety and security, and particularly the question that requires a response concerns the situation in the Western Cape. indeed, there's an epidemic of gang violence, which is manifesting itself in killings of a significantly increasing number of people. My own view is that this is now mutating into an organized crime problem, syndicated crime, which coincides, as one member observed, with the breakdown of the social fabric. I spent the last week in the Western Cape, where I met with the provincial commissioner. I was accompanied by the national commissioner. I had a meeting with all the station commissioners throughout the province. I also met with the provincial government, the premier, the MEC, and the mayor, and visited Khayelitsha, Mfuleni, and Mitchell's Plain. As I indicated publicly, I think that while the police have responded with increased operations and deployments, that the situation is not yet under control. I'm taking steps to working with the South African Police Service to strengthen the plan, what I've called a stabilization plan. And I've also indicated to them that we need a long-term intelligence-driven plan to combat what I've indicated to be a problem of organized crime. And I plan to take the House into my confidence when that plan has been developed and to report back to communities in the Western Cape. Of course, the problem of gang violence and organized crime is now mutating into one that affects many communities across the country, not just the Western Cape. And so this matter needs attention across the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Kachalia. I'm very glad that we could, in the end, connect with you. Honourable members, that concludes ministerial responses, but I do have to say, and I will take this up with the Speaker, that it is not really acceptable that ministers and deputy ministers are not in the House. We've seen now the connectivity problems we do have, and members don't get often the opportunity to make their statements. So we will also again alert the Leader of Government Business about this matter. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of recommendation of candidates to fill 2 vacancies on Media Development and Diversity Agency MDDA Board.
The Honourable Sangoni.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, I am standing in for Honourable Sangoni. It's Honourable Subrati. Assalamu alaikum, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members. I present to you for your consideration and adoption the report of the Portfolio Committee on Communication and Digital Technologies regarding the process of filling 2 vacancies on the board of the Media Development and Diversity Agency MDDA dated 25th July 2025. This report is a product of the committee's constitutional mandate to conduct oversight and facilitate the strengthening of key public entities. It reflects the committee's commitment to ensuring that institutions central to our democracy are led by capable and duly appointed individuals through a process that is both transparent and inclusive. The MDDA plays an important role in our nation's media landscape, especially in the inclusion of marginalized communities. The filling of these vacancies is therefore a crucial step in fortifying this institution to fulfill its developmental role in the community effectively. Honourable Deputy House Speaker, a key highlight of this process was the extensive public participation undertaken. The advertisement calling for nominations was published in all 11 official languages across a wide range of print media, including national, regional, and community newspapers. The committee's observation from this process offer insight into a merit-based approach to appointments. The diverse and inclusive subcommittee diligently assessed the skills and demographics required to complement the existing board composition. The diligent process by the subcommittee resulted in the shortlisting of 9 candidates. This was further followed by a further period of public scrutiny, during which the shortlisted names were published for comment, upholding the principles of transparency and accountability. The committee further noted the exemplary qualifications of the recommended candidates. MS Moipane Malefane brings a wealth of practical media experience and a proven commitment to media sustainability and mentorship, directly aligned with MDDA's core mission. Dr. Natalie Skippers offers vital expertise in corporate governance, in financial acumen, and risk management, which are essential for ensuring the agency's stability and strategic oversight. The combination of their skills ensures a balanced complementary skill set on the board, enhancing its capacity and providing effective leadership. The committee hopes that this House will consider and adopt this report, as it represents a conscientious step in affirming our collective commitment to a strong, a diverse, and an independent media sector that serves the people of South Africa. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognise political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Bagolo dumelang. The Media and Development Diversity Agency was established to deepen diversity and to ensure that all South Africans, especially those in rural and historically marginalized communities, have access to media that keeps and speaks to their lived realities. Its role is to support community and small commercial media, to promote media freedom, and to strengthen democratic processes by facilitating the flow of information to our society. For the MDDA to fulfill its mandate effectively, it requires a functional and competent board that is committed to independence, transparency, and sound governance. In previous administrations, we have seen the institution weakened by internal squabbles, poor governance, and the inability to carry out effective oversight over its beneficiaries. The MDDA cannot continue this way, given its crucial role in giving meaning to democracy to our people at the grassroots level. The presidency under which the MDDA falls must insist on this. The Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies undertook a thorough and transparent nomination process. As stated in the report, 159 eligible applicants were received, a short list was drawn up, interviews were held. Following a rigorous process and an exhibition of talent and willingness to serve by all candidates, a consensus was reached across parties. From this process, 2 candidates stood out as exemplary. Firstly, Ms. Moipane Malefane, a seasoned journalist with more than 18 years' experience in top media publications. She is the founder and editor-in-chief of a digital platform dedicated to empowering small businesses through quality reporting. Her track record in political journalism, stakeholder relationship, and her commitment to mentoring young journalists will be an invaluable addition to the MDDA. Secondly, Dr. Natalie Skippers, an accomplished executive with a strong expertise in government, risk compliance, with experience serving in audit committees, implementing risk management frameworks, and a sound understanding of corporate governance. She brings precisely the kind of governance and accountability focus that the MDDA requires. Dr. Skippers' financial oversight will strengthen the integrity and transparency of the agency's funding processes. With the MDDA Act being more than 22 decades old, I do beg your pardon, Ms. Malefane and Dr. Skippers are importantly tasked with modernizing the agency to a new media landscape. When the MDDA was established, radio, print, and television were dominant medias. Today, there has been an incredible rise of social media platforms as media publishers, as well as rapid development of artificial intelligence. With their experience, we trust that the 2 ladies are up for the task. We must ensure that the MDDA is led by individuals with integrity and competence, capable to steer away from failures of governance that has plagued so many other entities previously. Honorable members, the DA supports the appointment of Ms. Malefane and Dr. Skeepers as MDDA board members. Their combined expertise in journalism, community development, governance, and accountability offers a balance of practical industry experience and institutional oversight that will strengthen the MDDA at this critical time. I do thank you.
Thank you. The MK.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the MK Party today takes control of power and declares that on this occasion, we declare our support for the appointment of Mrs. Moiponi Malefane and Dr. Natalie Skeepers to the board of the Media Development and Diversity Agency. On this occasion, the MDDA was created with a noble mandate to develop and diversify South Africa's media landscape, to promote universal access and to ensure that all citizens, especially those in rural and historically disadvantaged communities, have the opportunity to be heard. It is this reason why we are giving our support, because we have recognized that if we don't give the support, our communities will continue suffering. Women will be excluded in the media. There will be no development and encouragement of our community radio stations, print and TV. And it is on this backdrop that MK Party is taking control and says we will be showing the direction. Yet the reality has not always been lived up to in terms of the vision of the MDDA. Over the years, the agency has been constrained by limited resources, governance weaknesses, and allocation processes that too often have grassroots publishers and community broadcasters on the margins. Instead of advancing digital transformations, many communities outlets remain under-supported, unable to adopt to new technologies or expand their reach. The result is that too many South Africans, particularly in rural and township areas, still lack meaningful access to diverse media, and this reflects their realities. In a precise against this backdrop, that these new appointments must be welcomed. As MK, we take a chance to make it known that we will support what we find to be acceptable to our policies. MDDA's advancement accepts and agrees with it. Dr. Skeepers, as well as Mrs. Malefane, will hopefully bring in a contribution that will highlight the plight that women suffer in the media space. Together, the appointments hold a promise of retaining the agency to its founding purpose, to develop and diversify media in South Africa, and to restore fairness and transparency in funding, to strengthen accountability, and to champion the voices of communities long excluded from mainstream media. This is not merely about filling vacancies. It is about reviving the MDDA's credibility and reviving its ability to be a true instrument of transformation and democracy. Honorable Speaker, the MK Party therefore supports this appointment in the hope that they will not only steady the institution, but also it will help to fulfill its original mandate of building a diverse, inclusive, resilient media sector that serves all South Africans, knowing fully well that our media space is untransformed. We need people that when we give support to, they will go in and ensure that they prioritize our communities and our poor people on the ground and gives them needed access in respect to making sure that transformation is driven. And it is in this particular backdrop that we are supporting this particular appointment. And I know you're all shocked here. We accept that. But the truth part of it is we have taken charge and we're in control. And we're appointing our people to power to make sure that Umkhonto Wesizwe, the party that you have come to know, is showing the direction. I thank you all.
Hi, I'm good.
Honourable members on the virtual platform, please do not unmute your microphones. Honourable member, please proceed.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The EFF is pleased to have formed part of the filling of 2 vacancies in the Media Development and Diversity Agency, which is at the center of local media narrating the lives of those in grassroots communities. The appointment of Ms. Moipone Malifane and Dr. Natalie Skippers will bring much needed stability and organizational coherence to an institution which is a crucial part of the goals for access to information and the goal towards an active democracy. House Chairperson, in 2026, we're expected to go to what is already regarded as a historic local government elections. And part of the mandate of the MDDA will be to ensure that the electorate is informed about real conditions in their municipalities, including those which have been led through periods of lack of service delivery or where money has been stolen from the poor. While the President of the Republic of South Africa has called on those he leads to go and benchmark from their coalition partner, the DA, it will be the duty of the MDDA to ensure there's local media which will inform the people of Khayelitsha, Nyanga, Delft, that they are living in shacks amidst sewage and do not get refuse removal services because they are regarded as immigrants from the Eastern Cape by the government of the Western Cape. It is the MDDA which must ensure that we have local radio stations to tell the stories of the mothers and children who are shot daily in Mitchell's Plain in the crossfires of gang violence because the government of the Western Cape is content that that gang violence is secluded to the Mitchell's Plain and not in Sea Point or in Camps Bay. Chairperson, it is a strong local media that must tell the story of how the ruling government in the city of Cape Town, through a DA MMC, was deeply entrenched in the criminal underworld and worked with the Numbers gang and individuals such as Ralph Stanfield to award irregular tender construction contracts to the tune of 1 billion rand. It is the MDDA which must facilitate the possibility of the people of Tshwane being reminded that between 2016 and 2014, the DA was in charge of the city of Tshwane and produced 5 mayors but a collapsing seat. It is through a competent MDDA that we will be reminded on radio that it was under the DA-led city of Tshwane that the people of Hammanskraal died due to cholera. As the President of the Republic pledges his admiration to the DA, it will be the duty of local televisions and podcasts developed through the work of the MDDA to explain how having an outdated equitable share model developed by National Treasury and historic wealth and class disparities between suburban and rural township municipalities are the real contributing factors to the resilience or lack thereof of municipalities. This means the ability to generate revenue is a product of decades of old deliberate segregation and separate development, not an inherent gift of governance by his coalition partners. The work of the MDDA to revive local media is crucial to the integrity of our democracy, so that there can be a counter to the mistruths which result in the endorsement of political parties which serve constituencies based on race. The MDDA is more important now than ever, so that the true stories of those who live the horror of gang violence, exclusion from the housing market, payment with alcohol in farms, dilapidated roads and unemployment, all which characterize the lives of the majority under the DA government, can be told. And so that the President of the Republic's out of...
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has expired.
The EFF supports this report.
The IFP.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The IFP acknowledges the transparent process followed regarding the filling of the 2 vacancies on the MDDA board, from the public advertisement to shortlisting to public comment and interviews of the candidates. The MDDA plays a vital role in promoting media diversity, supporting community and small commercial media. This ensures that South Africa's media landscape reflects the voices of all its people, particularly the marginalized. We trust that the appointment of the 2 candidates, Ms. Moipone Malifane and Dr. Natalie Skippers, will strengthen the agency's governance and enhance its ability to deliver on its mandate. The IFP urges the new board members to act with integrity, accountability, and agency in addressing the challenges facing the MDDA, including funding constraints and sustainability issues. Considering all matters mentioned, the IFP accepts the report. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The PA.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, patriotic South Africans, I rise to address the House on the Portfolio Committee's report dated 25 July 2025 concerning appointments of 2 candidates to the board of the Media Development and Diversity Agency. The Patriotic Alliance welcomes the committee's recommendation to appoint 2 women to fill the vacancy. Malbongwe. Emphasizing its commitment to gender equality, institutional diversity, inclusive governance, the MDD was created to promote media diversity, support community and small commercial media, and ensure that rural, indigenous, and marginalized South Africans have access to media that reflects their experience. I wish to place on record the following consideration: community-centric representation. The statement emphasized the importance of expanding diversity beyond gender to include geographical, linguistical, and cultural representation, especially from grassroots media and underdeserved regions. It recognized the recent appointments are a positive move towards greater inclusion of underrepresented communities as those affected by displacement and cultural fusion. Strategic oversight in digital age, the MDD board must appoint leaders who understand both technical and social factors of digital transformation. Strategic oversight should combine policy, technical literacy, and community-centered approach, protecting media diversity in the digital age. Most importantly, the MDT must remain transparent and responsive in a responsive institution. The board must be independent and accountable. Ons as mense van die grond, van die vlakte en die berg, praat vandag met 'n stem wat lank stil gemaak was. Die Patriotic Alliance staan vas vir 'n media wat ons stories vertel in ons eie taal, met ons eie klanke. Ons wil sien dat mense van die Kaap, vlakte, van die platteland, van die brein en die kooi gemeenskap ook 'n plek kry aan die tafel. Representasie.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Freedom Front Plus.
No declaration, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I rise today to note the report of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies on the filling of vacancies in the Media Development and Diversity Agency Board. We welcome the transparent process followed by the committee, which ensured public participation, wide advertisement across all 11 languages, and the shortlisting of candidates with proven skills and expertise. The appointment of Ms. Muibone Malefane and Dr. Natalie Skeepers reflects a commitment to strengthening MDDA with individuals who bring both journalistic excellence and governance expertise. Ms. Malefane's record as an award-winning journalist and her dedication to empowering small businesses through TV Business News directly speaks to the MDDA's mandate of supporting media diversity and development. Her presence on the board can help restore credibility and focus to an institution that is often plagued by inefficiencies. Likewise, Dr. Natalie Skeepers' extensive experience in governance, compliance, and risk management will provide the much-needed financial discipline and oversight that this agency desperately requires. We must be clear, however, that strong appointments alone will not resolve the structural and financial challenges that the MDDA faces. The agency must be properly funded, insulated from political interference, and held accountable for its performance. Therefore, while Action SA supports all these appointments, we will continue to demand that the MDDA evolves into an institution that's not only diverse in composition, but that's effective in delivery, serving all South Africans fairly without fear or favor. Thank you, House Chair.
ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The ACDP notes and understands that the MDDA is a statutory development agency established in 2003 as a partnership between the South African government and the commercial print and broadcasting sectors. It has a mandate to create an enabling environment for media development and diversity that is conducive to public discourse and which reflects the needs and aspirations of all South Africans in order to redress exclusion and marginalization of disadvantaged communities and persons from access to the media and the media industry, as well as to promote the media development and diversity by providing support primarily to community and small commercial media projects. Now, the ACDP welcomes the transparent process that has been undertaken in the appointment of Ms. Malifane and Mrs. Skeepers, and trust that the skills, experience, and expertise that they bring to the MDDA will add value to the board and strengthen the agency's work in promoting a diverse, vibrant, and sustainable community media sector across South Africa, and in particular our rural areas. The ACDP, as kingdom builders, supports these appointments. I thank you.
UDM.
No declaration, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Rise.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. We support the work of the committee and the recommended two individuals as Rise Mzansi. We believe they will contribute positively to the growth of especially community media across the country. So we support the work of the committee.
Thank you. Bosa. ATM.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. ATM supports the recommendations. Thank you.
Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar supports.
Thank you. The NCC. PAC. UAT.
The UAT supports.
Good. ANC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, allow me to begin by commending the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies for its diligent, its transparent work in overseeing the process of filling these two vacancies. It would seem that the leadership provided by the chairperson, Honourable Biko, and also in particular members Matafa and Subrathi, has been so effective that Umkhonto weSizwe Party, for the first time in the history of this seventh administration, have supported these appointments. And I think we just want to, as the ANC, accept that as a compliment for the persuasive abilities of the ANC. But, Deputy Speaker, I think we should just remember that a short while ago, there was a bit of confusion and or error when it came to the division around the appropriation bill. You would remember that it wasn't clear whether at that stage MKP supported the appropriation bill or not. So I just want to confirm 100%. I just want to confirm, because we must be very sure.
Dagmo, please take your seat. Honourable Skosana.
Ngiyathokoza mgcinisihlalo. Ojame ngaphambili akakhulumi iqiniso ngoba sayisupporta before. It's not for the first time lenda khuluma ngayo. Ngamanye amagama is misleading the house. Thank you.
But siyavuka siyabuya. Thank you. So I would like to proceed. I would like to proceed. Is there another?
Yes, please proceed, but do refrain from going into a dialogue with a member.
Okay. No, Deputy Speaker, we all know that the MDDA is an institution that plays a vital role in promoting media diversity and development. And these components, as we all know, are cornerstones of our democracy, as it ensures an informed and active citizenry. It is within this context and backdrop of strengthening our democratic institutions and ensuring that they are effective that the African National Congress stands before this House today to affirm its full support for the committee's report
and its recommendations. We affirm, as others have done, all political parties in this House who've participated, that the process outlined was transparent, it was vigorous, and it was fair. The committee, upon the request by the Minister in the Presidency, acted swiftly to establish this multi-party subcommittee, advertised the vacancies across all 11 official languages and in the media broadly. And we acknowledge, as the ANC Deputy Speaker, that the detailed shortlisting process that was undertaken by the subcommittee carefully considered the necessary skills and demographics to complement the existing board composition. And therefore, the ANC supports this report without reservation. We commend the committee for its exemplary work, all the members who participated in the work, and urge this House to endorse the recommendation. We further call upon the President to formally appoint Mrs. Moipone Malefane and Dr. Natalie Skeepers to the MDDA board without delay, allowing them to commence their work in supporting a vibrant and development media sector for all South Africans. It would also be appropriate, Deputy Speaker, for this House to express its thanks to the previous board members, Martina Della Togna, who actually resigned from the board, and also Ms. Carol Mohlala, who served the board diligently until her term of office came to an end. So we support this. We commend this House for being 100% unanimous. And this gives a glimpse that if we all work together, we can make sure that we take these institutions which preserve and protect our democracy forward. And that's why we celebrate the history and we look forward to more cooperation as we build this country together. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question before the House is that the following two candidates, namely Ms. Moipone Malefane and Dr. Natalie Skeepers, be recommended for appointment to the Media Development and Diversity Agency Board. Are there any objections to the nominations? None, and with that it is agreed. The Secretary will read the second and third orders together.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition on amended 2024-25 annual performance plan of Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition on Department of Trade, Industry and Competition's second and third quarter financial and non-financial performance for 2024-2025 financial year.
I now recognize the Honourable Masina.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The Portfolio Committee on Trade and Industry hereby present the annual performance plan as amended for 2024-25 for the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, as well as the third quarter financial and non-financial performance for 2024-25 financial year. We have vigorously been dealing with these reports in our Portfolio Committee, and all the political parties in the committee have sought to make an input. We have really tried to refocus the energies of the department, and we're beginning to see the improvements with regard to some of the issues that we are focusing on. And I can assure the people of South Africa that we have refocused the department specifically to really focus our energies on issues of industrial policy so that we can reindustrialize the country, but also deepen issues of transformation on all sectors of the economy. Those are the issues that have preoccupied our work in the Portfolio Committee, and we're quite confident looking at the work that the department is beginning to do, having looked into these amendments after the processes, that a considerable progress is going to be made. We are going to be looking into the impact in each sectors and each areas and ensure that the work of the department is spread across all areas of geographic areas of South Africa, including rural areas. We are looking into how these will impact on informal economy, on SMMEs, as well as medium and large enterprises in the country, to ensure that there is greater participation, but also on issues of transformation, making sure that a majority of our people will participate. We know that in recent times we have been hit by the tariffs, and we believe that the work that is going to be done by the department through our support as members of parliament will actually yield some positive results, ensuring that we safeguard the South Africa's exporters so that they are not badly affected by this. And we have called upon the department to come up with support mechanism to ensure that we can also begin to look into the new markets. And I'm sure many of you have heard that we are going to be implementing what is called the butterfly strategy, which basically is a focus in the African continent. And I'm confident that we will be able to look for new markets to ensure that we are not worse off. But we are obviously concerned about the levels of unemployment in the country. This is one area that we'll be taking a closer look at to ensure that this is particularly addressed in the main. So,
Honorable Mkalipi, order. Honorable Masina, please proceed.
Thank you very much. So we are going to be seized as a department and portfolio committee with these issues to ensure that in the main we hold the department accountable in all the areas that have been identified as areas of focus, and we are keeping our eyes on the board. And there is no doubt that the quality of debates and engagement are enriching to an extent that all the 18 agencies that report to the department and the department itself are beginning to see the direction that would like to take, and would like to take this opportunity to thank the minister and the deputy minister and members of the portfolio committee for their contribution, and will continue holding each other accountable. Thank you very much.
I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual time for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The Minister and Department presented their amended APP to the Portfolio Committee on the 13th of November last year, and the second and third quarter reports on the 18th of February this year. Looking back at what was promised, the heady optimism evident in both the Ministry and the Department now appears misplaced. Of course, hindsight is an exact science, but the growing uncertainties now facing South Africa and the world give the committee reason to pause and reflect. What would the Department and Committee positions be if those reports were written today? There is the difficulty of commenting on reports that were out of date almost from the day they were released. The Department, with a new ministerial team in place, put on a brave face as severe economic headwinds and tepid economic growth dumped a heavy dose of reality on the upbeat associations of that underpin their plan. In presenting the APP, Minister Tau informed the committee that, to quote from the report, the DTIC's involvement in coordinating the economic cluster reflected its central role in shaping and overseeing the economic policy direction. 10 months after uttering these words, events have taken a distinct turn for the worse. The USA has imposed 30% tariffs on most South African goods, with the Reserve Bank forecasting the consequential loss of up to 100,000 jobs. Goodyear, Ford, and Mercedes-Benz have already announced either closure or downscaled operations, while 4,000 jobs have been lost in the automotive components sector. ArcelorMittal, having spent 2.6 billion rand of money, mainly loaned by the Industrial Development Corporation, has finally pulled the plug on their long steel business, a devastating blow to the towns of Newcastle and Vereeniging. And the much vaunted new industrial strategy, meant to guide South Africa along a path of reindustrialization, is yet to see the light of day. On jobs, the APP set a target for the cluster of 800,000 jobs created. What is the job situation now? South Africa's unemployment rate rose to 33.2% in the second quarter of 2025, up from 32.9% in the previous quarter. 140,000 people have lost their jobs and only 19,000 have been created. On trade, the minister was positive that AGOA would be renewed and that trade relations with our African neighbors under AFTA would accelerate. AGOA is due for renewal at the end of the month, but unless a miracle happens, we can assume it's history. Regarding trade in Africa, the department told the committee that a target for trade with Africa would only be developed and included in the next APP.
My apologies, Honourable Chance. Members on the virtual platform, please do not unmute your mics. And can I ask Chief Whips of parties also to remind your members? Please proceed, Honourable Chance.
Only now are Minister Tau and his trade team scurrying around the world to open new markets. Just less than half of the department's budget is spent on incentives. The committee was adamant that the department must pay more attention to return on investment, in particular the number of jobs created when considering applications for finance. Considering job losses in the automotive sector suggests that the Automotive Investment Scheme, for one, is not following this recommendation. A matter that gave rise to much discussion was the Transformation Fund, which the department said aimed to raise 100 billion rand by the end of 2029. The department has clearly been too hasty in predicting its rapid implementation, with the concept document only published in February this year. To date, the department has not published any of the submissions received from the public and has not updated the committee on commitments received on its target for 20 billion rand in the current financial year. These are just a small fraction of the items covered in the APP and quarterly reports. But the trends are clear. South Africa's economy remains in the doldrums, and the Business Confidence Index is on a downward curve. When Minister Tau returns to present the department's next APP, he will face a fork in the road. Which way he turns will determine whether South Africa continues to slide into greater misery or shift into an upward growth path. The DA's six-point plan to turbocharge the economy should be compulsory reading as the minister ponders his options. It provides him with a pathway to leading the economic cluster away from job-killing policies and replacing them with steps towards fixing South Africa's energy crisis, turning around failing railways, ports and digital infrastructure, refocusing public expenditure, fixing collapsing infrastructure, and cracking down on organized crime and corruption. If Minister Tau was a GNU minister and not an ANC minister, he would definitely take that path. I thank you.
MK.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We have heard what the chairperson of the ANC DTIC committee has said, but we believe that the Trade, Industry and Competition Department is carrying a knife to a gunfight. It has all the intentions, the machinations of a battle-scarred warrior, but it has no chance to win. The fundamental assumptions about this war and this terrain are flawed. We've already seen the job losses at Glencore, at AMSA, at Ford, at General Tyres, and the list goes on and on. The fundamental assumptions that the private sector will crowd in investment is a theory which is incorrect in a volatile world. So what we need is a strong state that intervenes and invests in public goods. So the APP that has been presented is no longer valid and it will not meet any of the noble objectives that it pertains to do. I want to tell you a short story, a fable. Once upon a time, in the bustling town of Caravan Park, there lived a group of enthusiastic folks who were determined to make their town the envy of the world. It had a population of 58 million people, unemployment rate of 33%. 60% of the people were less than 37 years old, and 60% of them remained unemployed. They were told and allowed to believe that with the right investments from the private sector, they could achieve remarkable things. They gathered at the town hall and they were addressed by the town mayor, Mr. Optimist, who told them that it was not the role of government to make investments. They were informed that with the correct private sector investment, which they were planning to attract through annual investment conferences, they could build high-speed railways, develop smart cities, build green power stations with no harmful emissions, have state-of-the-art hospitals, shining new dams, and they could become the most advanced town in the land. There was always a catch because the town leaders did not tell the people the investment plan depended almost completely on the private sector. Then the mayor of the town, Mr. Optimist, stood up and addressed the crowd. "Fear not, my people, we shall rely on the private sector to lead us to prosperity." The crowd applauded because of the mayor's charisma and a bag full of tricks and promises. However, many of the pledges at the investment conferences, they dried up as soon as the global economy took a downturn. They dried up faster than a puddle in the desert. So when the private sector calls the shots, you'll find that there's limited control over the economy. You cannot implement any counter-cyclical measures or direct investment into critical areas. The private sector is driven by the profit motive. It has little interest. So one day, Gogo Wisdom, a member of the MK, stood up and addressed the crowd. "My dear town folks," she said, "we cannot rely on the private sector to lead us to the prosperity. We must find the balance between private investment and government intervention." It was from that day that the people realized and understood what they needed to do. So they were able to then overcome
Thank
their
you, Honourable
many
Member.
obstacles.
Your
Thank
time has expired. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The report on the annual performance plan and the second and third quarter financial and non-financial performance are an indication of a Department of Trade and Industry that has misaligned priorities and is led by a minister who is stuck in a cycle of blunders. Based on your own metrics, you have failed to fulfill targets that you set for yourselves, this department, because of a preoccupation with patronage and a lack of strategic vision. In terms of sector targets, only 347.6 million in manufacturing exports had been reported against a target of 1.5 billion. Only 188 new jobs had been created through sectoral interventions against a target of 1,500 new jobs. The draft hemp and cannabis commercialization policy has been developed, yet inexplicably this policy had not yet been submitted for ministerial approval, while the department knows full well the impact this policy can have on job creation. There had been absolutely no targets as it relates to exports in the third quarter, which is yet another confirmation that South Africa as a nation is a nation of consumers, not producers, reflective of a continued trend of deindustrialization. In terms of transformation and competition, only 516 job opportunities had been created through transformation and competition interventions against a target of 50,000 job opportunities, another indicator of a failure by this department on its core mandate. The department, alongside the presidency, has been delaying retrenchments at ArcelorMittal with promises of alleviating the challenges that have led to a consistent decline of the steel industry. Yet we have failed to rescue almost 3,500 jobs, which will now be lost as a result of retrenchments in Newcastle and Vereeniging. One may therefore wonder, what is it that is distracting this department from achieving its targets? The answer is simple. This department has been drowning in scandal after scandal. If it is not the irregular awarding of the 180 billion lottery license to the politically exposed Gold Rush Consortium, or the appointment of ANC loyalists to the Industrial Development Agency, it is the introduction of regulations which intended to sell debt to credit bureaus and debt collectors, which has been defeated through the work of the EFF. Ironically, as the ANC held a meeting that sought to revive their capacity in local government yesterday, they met at FNB Stadium at what is called Gold Rush Dome, a dome which is owned by the very same company which was awarded the lottery license by the Minister of Trade and Industry. Yet again, proof that the destruction that is besetting this department is their surrender to the gambling industry and patronage. The EFF will continue to expose this department as one that has long abandoned its mandate and is hell-bent on accumulating as much money as possible through corruption towards funding internal political party campaigns and the upcoming local government elections. The EFF rejects this report.
IFP.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The IFP notes that while progress has been made, as mentioned in the reports, South Africa's economic challenges demand agency accountability and bold action. The finalization of the National Industrial Policy Framework is long overdue and critical for directing industrialization, investment, and competitiveness. The review of the broad-based Black economic empowerment regulatory framework is essential to assess whether it is achieving its intended outcome of broad participation, business growth, and job creation, or whether it has become a barrier to new entrants. We further welcome the call for a clear roadmap to unlock the commercialization of cannabis and hemp, a sector with transformative potential for rural economies, jobs, and revenue. This is in line with the lessons drawn from the late IFP member, Dr. Mario Ambrosini. The IFP has consistently championed the commercialization of hemp and medicinal cannabis. We are therefore pleased that our calls have materialized. However, these efforts cannot succeed without clear timelines and firm implementation. The IFP will continue working with sector specialists and organizations to advance this vision. In the light of the issues raised above, the IFP accepts the report. I thank you.
Thank you. The Patriotic Alliance.
Greet you all in the name of our Lord. We, the Patriotic Alliance, declare our support for the report under consideration. However, we note with concern the statistics reflected therein, indicating that only 30% of businesses are Black-owned and a mere 15% Black women-owned. While it is acknowledged that the broad-based Black economic empowerment, BBBEE legislation, defines Black people to include African, coloured, and Indian South Africans. Question remains, what proportion of these include coloured and Indian communities? The Department of Trade, Industry and Competition has mandated the Commission to oversee compliance and to ensure that companies are not merely compliant in oversight, but in reality. As one of the most diverse nations in the world, it is imperative that transformation is inclusive of all races across the spectrum of economic participation, whether as employees, managers, or owners. We are a rainbow nation in words, but on paper and in reality, coloured and Indian South Africans is still left in the past. We, as the Patriotic Alliance, say no more. Legislation must not just define Black people. It must become a reality for coloured and Indian South Africans in all spheres, in every business. I thank you.
The FF Plus.
No declaration, House Chair.
Action SA.
Speaker, Action SA recently renamed the Department of Employment and Labour as the Department of No Jobs and No Responsibility. Today, we extend that same logic to the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, which we now call the Department of No Trade and No Industry. Numbers do not lie. As the lead department responsible for driving South Africa's economic development, this department has failed dismally in its mandate. Economic growth remains stagnant with a strong possibility of recession in the months ahead. At the same time, we are witnessing a jobs bloodbath. In the first quarter alone, nearly 300,000 jobs were lost, and the pace of job losses, especially in manufacturing, continues without relief. Instead of solutions, the department offers excuses, but much of this blame lies squarely at its own feet. One clear example is BBEE, or rather ANCEE. Unlike the DA, Action does not oppose transformation. We fully support it. But BEE is not transformational. It is a handbrake on the economy. That is why Action SA proposes replacing it with an opportunity fund that will drive genuine bottom-up transformation by empowering SMEs and unlocking new opportunities for ordinary South Africans. Another recent example is the department's failure to act while Chinese e-commerce giants have flooded our economy, crowding out local businesses that cannot compete on an uneven playing field. And Speaker, the list of failures does not end there. Unless this department steps up, South Africa will soon truly become a country with no trade and no industry. I thank you.
The ACDP. May I also request the member who's standing there at the back to take a seat, please?
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. While the APP of DTIC reflects commendable intent to align departmental priorities with evolving policy landscape of the 7th administration, the ACDP remains concerned by persistent structural inefficiencies and underperformance across key sectors. This department's mandate to drive inclusive industrialization, support enterprise development, and enhance trade competitiveness is critical to South Africa's economic recovery. However, the quarterly report reveals troubling trends: underspending in catalytic programs, delays in infrastructure-linked incentives, and poor uptake of localization initiatives. These shortcomings are exacerbated by fiscal constraints imposed by National Treasury and serve as a barrier to and is counterproductive to industrial growth. The ACDP calls for urgent reform in performance monitoring and interdepartmental coordination. Research from the CDE warns that fragmented industrial policy and weak implementation undermine investor confidence and job creation. Moreover, the committee's own deliberations highlights the need for rationalizing DTIC entities to ensure that they are fit for purpose and resource efficient. The ACDP urges the DTIC to prioritize beneficiation and to support for high potential sectors such as agro-processing, green manufacturing, and creative industries, including the proposed industrial film strategy, as sectors offering scalable opportunities for youth employment and export diversification. As kingdom builders, the ACDP reaffirms our commitment to economic justice, transparent performance evaluation, and beneficiation as a low-hanging fruit of unemployment redress. I thank you.
The UDM. Rise.
Chingile, you can come and present the speech. You know what I'm going to say. Na kenza mtramashtul. Ngeni kenza na mtramashtul wa portfolio committee. Anukumbelo ko sungula ta sungula congratulate team leikulu. We must congratulate Orlando Pirates. It's more than a football club, eh? More than a football club. So, Chair, on the issues that you raised, we must accept where we are right now. We can wish that things were different, that maybe the result of that other country did not turn out the way that it did, but it did. We are here now. We must then find ourselves out of the situation that we are in. It doesn't help for us to cry about how things could have been if certain things would have happened in a particular way. But one of the things that I expected you to say, Chair, and you know what I'm going to say, we have a destructive, fastest growing industry in this country, the gambling. It's growing at a rate faster than anything else. And as you talk about the unemployment and so forth, where people end up rushing to is in the gambling. And I find that the portfolio, whilst we accept the good work that you're doing there on the transformation and other aspects, on gambling, you are lacking, guys. Please. The portfolio, let it protect the people of this country. These guys are milking it. They are living behind a trail of destruction. And we must stand together as parliamentarians. Honorable Tambo raised this particular issue. We must stand together and face this monster together. Because we cannot sit idle whilst our people are being taken advantage of.
Pausa.
Bagatsho dumelang.
Order, honorable members. Let's get on with.
Thank you, Radu Medisa. Honorable members, Verwoerd made this particular point, which was that townships must become dormitories of unemployment. The tragedy is, when we sit here today, townships are places where young people are lingering. Townships are places where factories are not being built. Townships become places where have fulfilled that vision. Honorable members, it's about time that you and I rethink the legislation that speaks to special economic zones. Because even the Musina Makado SEZ is not delivering on its promise. It's become a fanciful project that we speak about. As Build One South Africa, we will advocate that the SEZ laws become amended to make sure that townships are included. This will give incentives for people to invest in townships, to build infrastructure, to ensure that we deliver the capital that is required to create townships a place that are vibrant and models be developed so that economies may flow not only in the township but from the township. I would argue that if you create flexible legislation, it would create incentives for people to invest in townships. It would partner with municipalities to create a blended finance so that economic revitalization takes place. I would argue that the department cannot continue to make glossy brochures and empty promises on SEZs. I argue that actually we must deliver tangible legislative reform so that what Verwoerd dreamed of will be a nightmare, and what the reality of South Africa's dreams will that we'll have an economy not only in the township, but from the township delivering fresh jobs. Honorable Masina, I hope we can work together to produce laws that benefit people in townships. Thank you.
The ATM. Al-Jama.
Al-Jama supports the report.
Thank you. The NCC. PAC. UAT. Microphone, honorable member. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members.
I think this was staged. Thank you, Chairperson. Otto, Africa. This report, while full of figures, reveals a sobering reality. It is shifting the goalpost while employment, inequality, and poverty remain unchanged. The amendment APP should not be a refuge for lowered ambition. When targets are reduced, when delivery is postponed, the department owes this House and the people of South Africa a clear explanation. Progress cannot be measured by adjusting the ruler to fit our shortcomings. Financially, under expenditure is not prudence, it is failure. Money that is returned to Treasury while factories closed and township entrepreneurs struggle is not saving. It is a sabotage to the development. Each unspent rand is a job denied, a business unfunded, and a dream deferred. Non-financially, we are told that 2/3 of target has been achieved. But let us be honest, that 1/3 of missed target means a lost opportunity for investment, for transformation, and for industrialization. The department runs ahead with policy paperwork, but limps when it comes to implementation on the ground. Even more concerning, industrial policy still fail to reach the margins. Rural areas, women, youth, and township economy remain excluded while corporate capture the lion's share of support. The UAT reject this report.
Yeah. Good. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The ANC supports the tabling and adoption of these committee reports. A crucial point to highlight, Honorable Chair, is that the amendment to the DTIC's 2024-2025 APP was largely informed by an important shift in thinking at the committee level that recognized that DTIC was sufficiently utilizing its co-chairpersonship of the economic cluster, its entities and its policies, such as the BBBE policy, competition policy, and sectoral master plans, which are essential for the process of structural transformation in South Africa, so that we can be able to tackle the country's socio-economic challenges, especially the sluggish economic growth, high unemployment, and a lack of structural transformation. The committee was of the view that the targeted output-based key performance indicators in the initial 2024-2025 APP submitted by the DTIC in July 2024 were not directly linked to the actual service delivery and had no direct impact on inclusive economic growth and structural transformation. Hence, the committee advised the DTIC to apply a more targeted and impact-driven approach to KPIs and its amended 2024-2025 APP. And as such, an approach was necessary for dealing with the root causes of the country's socio-economic challenges. And in part, Mr. Chance, as you stand here and want to present your own economic policies, without accepting that at the center of the challenges of the economic challenges in South Africa is the issue of transformation and is the issue of ownership, control, and management of the economy. And the people and the constituents that you represent have continued in this country to benefit from the post-democratic policies and the apartheid structural design of separate development to continue to hold the wealth of this country in their hands. Today you speak like a messiah, and you are not, because you are rejecting the very same policies of transformation that this government has sustained. Honorable members, the DTIC's performance modestly improved in the third quarter compared to the second quarter, despite some of its key strategic entities, such as the IDC, the National Empowerment Fund, and the National Lotteries Commission, achieving less than 56% of their planned KPIs. Some of the laudable achievements that contributed to this improved performance included, among other things, the submission of the Africa Continental Free Trade Areas Protocol on Competition, as well on women and youth in trade for cabinet approval. The attraction of 78 billion worth of greenfield and brownfield investments against a target of 5 billion. 11 red tape reductions processed through energy, one-stop shop for independent power producers. And I think we have been consistent as the committee, as the chair would have said, that we have got to develop an industrial policy underpinned by a macroeconomic policy that will be disciplined to the industrial policy, so that as we plan at a macroeconomic level, it's consistent with our industrial policy objectives. And I thought that Mr. Tambo, Honorable Tambo, would have raised this thing because he would applaud us when we raise some of these things in the committee. Not to come here and speak about renting stadiums and venues for events while discussing economic policy, we're discussing industrialization of the country. You are reducing us to venues. Who has booked a venue, where and how? We don't know, we just book venue. And I think, Chair, the tale that you are telling as the honorable member of the MK party, the tale without an end. Let's end it for you. The end is that we are continuing as the ANC-led government to ensure that we intervene, we create policies that must intervene to change.
Order, honorable members, order.
That is why we're speaking.
Order, honorable members.
That is why we are bringing in interventions like the Transformation Fund to ensure that we direct investments to those that have been previously disadvantaged and create local demand. And part of the policies that we're speaking about in the committee, by the way, is to how do we protect local industries to ensure that they produce and we stimulate local industry, working consistently with our mineral endowments, and how do we beneficiate our mineral endowments in the country to add value, ensure that we create the necessary jobs. That is why the mineral energy strategy.
Honorable member, just take your seat, please. Order, honorable member, take your seat, please. Order, honorable members. Why are you rising, honorable member?
Thanks you, House Chair. I just want to check if the honorable member is willing to sing for the House. We heard that they are very good.
No, honorable member, please. Please, we are busy with serious business here. Order.
It's venues, it's singing. Clearly, the EFF is out of depth. What we are saying here is that the end to the story, the end to the tale, the end to the tale of the MK party is that the ANC will work tirelessly to ensure that we change the structure of our economy and we build the capacity of our people. We build the capacity of our people.
Order, honorable members.
Ensuring that we build the necessary skills to develop this economy and drive growth so that everyone in this country will be able to claim the economy of this country and will live a prosperous life under the.
Honorable member, your time has expired. Thank you. Order, honorable members. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
House Chairperson, on behalf of the Chief Whip, I move that the reports be adopted.
The motion is that the reports be adopted. Are there any objections?
Thank you, Chair. We reject and call for division. Thank you.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Order, honorable members. Please take up your allocated seats. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. In order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we do have the requisite number of members physically present. It's been confirmed. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of the members present and indicate if they vote for experiences we've had. So we
You are out of order, Chair. Truly, you are out of order.
In order.
And
Order.
you've just
No,
it's
no, no, no,
totally
no.
unnecessary.
No, honorable members, to all of you, you must concentrate. And I'm specifically referring to the members sitting right at the back, Honorable Chief Whip, who are not following. They are busy in their own discussions. Order. I don't need your assistance. The second report is the one of the Department of Trade. Order. The second report is the report of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, second and third quarter financial and non-financial performance for the 2024 financial year. Voting will now commence and the doors will remain closed. locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. I will now request the whips to confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform, and also indicate if they vote for or against the question. The ANC.
House Chair, we are 30 in the House, 70 on the virtual platform.
Order, honorable members.
Platform. And in total, we are 100 and in support.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA with 25 members in the House, 45 members online, that's 70 in total, vote in favour.
MK.
Thank you, House Chair. MK, we are 31 online, 17 in the House, and we're voting against. Thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. We are 17 online and 11 in the House. In total, we are 28 who are voting against.
The IFP. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, House Chair. The IFP with 5 in the chamber and 6 on the platform, we vote in favour.
PA.
3 in the House, Chair.
What are you doing? Supporting or against? Are you supporting or are you against?
We're voting, sorry, Chair. We're voting in favour.
Thank you.
Chair.
FF plus.
Thank you, House Chair. We are 1 online and 2 in the House. That's 3 voting in favour.
Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. 3 in the House, 3 online, and we're voting in support of the report.
ACDP. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair. 1 online, 1 in the House, voting in support. Thank you.
UDM. Rise.
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, you
Yes,
are running
UDM.
away. UTM 1 online, voting in favour.
Rise.
Rise, 1 in the House, and we all support.
Musa. Order, honorable members. Musa.
Bossa 1 in the House and I vote in favour.
ETM.
1 vote against.
Al Jama.
Al Jama, 1 in the House, voting in favour.
NCC. NCC is not present. The PAC. The UAT.
UAT, vote against.
Good. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's no indication. The voting session is closed. Members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 78 voted against, 199 voted in favor, and the question is thus agreed to. The secretary will read the 4th and 5th orders together.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture on 2023-2024, 2nd, 3rd and 4th quarter, financial and non-financial performance of Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture on 2024-25, 1st quarter financial and non-financial performance of Department of Sport, Arts and Culture.
I now invite the chairperson of the committee, the Honourable Magloa, to introduce the reports.
House Chairperson, allow me to present the report of the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture on its consideration of the 2023-24 second, third and fourth quarter financial and non-financial performance of the department. The report arises from the committee's oversight and deliberations on the performance of the Department Sports, Arts and Culture and its associated entities. The committee reaffirms that sport, arts and culture remain a central national building to us. They are not luxuries, but powerful vehicles for social cohesion, youth development, and economic empowerment. The report highlights both the achievements and the challenges faced by the department in pursuing these goals. Firstly, the committee engaged extensively with the department's programs, particularly in relation to the committee's sport development, heritage preservation, and promotion of creative industries. We noted progress in some areas, such as the expansion of grassroots sport initiatives and the rollout of cultural programs across provinces. However, persistent structural weakness remain. One of the most pressing issues is infrastructure. Many communities' facilities are either incomplete, poorly maintained, or underutilized. The committee was deeply concerned by the delays in the delivery of sports infrastructure funded through the municipal infrastructure grant. This not only hampers job opportunities, but also youth participation in sport, especially in rural and disadvantaged communities. The department and its provincial partners must improve planning, coordination, and accountability in this regard. Secondly, the committee expressed strong concern regarding governance with sporting federations. Repeated instances of maladministration, poor financial management, and leadership instability undermine the credibility of sport in South Africa. The committee therefore recommends more stringent oversight mechanisms, conditional funding, and support for federations that comply with principles of good governance and transformation. Thirdly, the committee reviewed matters relating to the National Council, the National Film and Video Foundation, and the National Heritage Council. While these entities continue to promote South Africa's rich cultural tapestry, the committee noted inefficiencies in disbursement of funds to artists, concerns about transparency and decision-making, and urgent need to professionalize management structures. These matters must be addressed to restore the public confidence and to ensure that support reaches deserving beneficiaries. Honourable members, transformation remains uneven. In many sporting codes, equitable access and representation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities still lack. The committee stressed that the transformation is not negotiable. It is central to legitimacy and future success of South Africa and its sport. In the arts sector, rural and marginalized communities often struggle to access opportunities. Funding mechanism must therefore be inclusive, decentralized, and responsive to local realities. The committee carefully scrutinized the department's expenditure patterns. Underspending in certain programs, combined with irregular expenditure and fruitless cost, continue to compromise delivery in this sector. We urge that the department strengthen its internal budget controls and improve collaboration with Treasury and its implementing agents. The department must prioritize the completion and maintenance of sport and cultural infrastructure with clear timelines and accountability frameworks. Entities such as the National Arts Council and National Film and Video Foundation must streamline their funding processes and enhance transparency. House Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture recognized the immense potential of this sector to unite. I therefore table this report for consideration and adoption. I thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration, the opportunity to do so. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. When we review the performance of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, two things become painfully clear. Firstly, they ended the 23-24 financial year with weak and inconsistent reporting and entered 24-25 with the same failures, the same excuses and the same neglect. The committee's consideration of the 23-24 second to fourth quarter reports exposed underspending, poor planning and non-delivery. Key targets were missed, invoices went unpaid, transfers to entities were delayed, and flagship projects stalled. The department blamed everything from missing business plans to outstanding invoices. Yet the reality is simple. Our athletes were shortchanged, our artists went without support, and our heritage sites were left incomplete. The same pattern continues into 24-25. Sports and recreation were particularly hard hit with funds not transferred because entities failed to meet compliance. Even basic initiatives like athlete development programs were left unfulfilled because provinces didn't report properly. Oversight becomes impossible when information is delayed or missing. This dysfunction is particularly troubling to me. My father was a professor of fine arts and sculpture at Wits. He taught my mother, who's also a fine artist and a photographer, and much of my youth was spent restoring paintings, playing football, and later dabbling in coaching. A lot of my father's artwork remains unaccounted for over the years due to the neglect of galleries and institutions across the country. I've also never been proud of my daughter then when she was selected for provincial football, but the reality is that opportunities like this are only open if you can pay for them. And this leaves many talented, disadvantaged young people without access, skewing the true picture of talent in our country. And I really think we should think about this. Minister McKenzie promised to bring energy, passion, and change. Instead, the department is paralyzed by the same dysfunction that we saw before his arrival. The speeches are fiery, the social media posts are entertaining, but when it comes to delivery, the cupboard is empty. It's almost like the guy shows up to dinner promising to pick up the tab, but then suddenly forgets his wallet, although today I see we've been ghosted completely. Speaker, the minister must channel the same energy that he uses in his PR post in motivating his own department to get the work done. The department is now withdrawing funding from some of the country's most successful cultural festivals, the St. Oosterfeest, the Cape Town International Jazz Festival, the Cape Town Carnival, the Open Book Festival. These are proven drivers of jobs, tourism, and community pride. Yet while promising more festivals so that our artists can earn something, the minister has left these flagship events in crisis. These are international events that not only boost the economy, but also play a significant role in nation building, showcasing our culture and values to the world. It is deeply frustrating to see money quietly reallocated for political pet projects, while events that sustained thousands of jobs are cut, and when they beg the minister for help, their pleas are falling on deaf ears. And while the bureaucracy stalls, the reality on the ground is that community and sports facilities have deteriorated at a rapid pace. Nobody in this department seems to care enough to account for it. And this decline fuels bigger crisis, rising unemployment, youth idleness, and even crime. Sports, arts, and culture should be part of the solution, building pride, opportunity, and unity. Instead, they are being allowed to crumble into irrelevance. How can this department deliver on their commitments if funding allocations are a complete mess and meaningless promises are being thrown around? Leading into 25-26, it's quite clear that money is being quietly reallocated behind the scenes for high-profile projects rather than the development of our athletes, artists, and communities. The minister's next move seems clear. It's padding critical boards with Patriotic Alliance members and dissolving them where loyalty is lacking. This isn't about better governance or oversight. It's about consolidating political influence, controlling budgets, decisions, and the very narrative of sports, arts, and culture in South Africa. Speaker, as the Democratic Alliance, we will not stand by while this department chases headlines, neglects delivery, and turns national institutions into political instruments. Our athletes and artists and cultural professionals deserve a department that sees them as the backbone of a nation and not as props in the minister's vanity project. I thank you.
MK.
Chairperson and honorable members. Thina njengamalungu MK sithi siyarejecta the performance at Department of Arts and Culture. Because of in 2023 and 2024, on their second quarter and third quarter and fourth quarter, they failed to deliver. And on the first quarter again for 2024-2025, their reports, they exposed them, they are insufficient and ineffective. And they continued to fail our people in South Africa. They've misused the funds In 2023-2024, DTIC underspent hundred thousands of millions in the core projects such as community, sports infrastructure, heritage projects, grassroots arts, and the township libraries. And these funds, when you look at it, they were supposed to uplift our own people. And they were rolled over or diverted somewhere else. Instead, these funds were rolled over and through your administration cost, which is the went ballooned, the department prioritized the ICT contracts, consultation fees, and supply-driven expenditures. In 2024-2025, the first quarter, the department overspent with 133 million, yet overspent on the micro license, Vodacom contracts, vicinity celebrations like the likes of the 30 years celebration. While the pure queue outside gambling libraries and children play on the dusty fields with no facilities. The department wasted a lot of money on empty fanfares and is an insult for our people in South Africa. Despite the National Sports and Creation Act obliging in the Minister of Support and Federations and the Development Sports Clubs level, DTIC's funding cuts and underspending directly undermines the law. The department continued to ignore the National Development Plan for NDP 2030, goals of promoting social cohesion through sports, arts, and culture. Not clear implementation of gender-based violence and femicide national strategic plan through sports, arts, and culture, despite repeated commitments. No dedication or nothing that is dedicated, protected allocation for learners with disability or disadvantaged schools, contradicting the Constitution commitment to qualify and access the weak consequences management, years after years. One, department has failed the rural schools. There's no fields. Our kids are playing on the dusty streets. The townships, they remain without proper facilities and libraries. There are no cultural centers, no heritage programs. Our youth athletes, especially in the townships, no? They are not assigned anyway in any other federations. They are not assigned in any federations, and we find out that there's a lot of poor management of funds and support in the communities. Our artists and our cultural workers are left unsupported.
Honourable
while the
members,
national prestige
your
and
time is now expired. Thank you. The EFF. For the honourable members.
Greetings to the CIC, the awaiting President of the United States of Africa, President Julius Malema, commissars and fighters, fellow South Africans. The EFF supports the committee's report. House Chair, while we acknowledge the report, it is imperative that we critically re-evaluate the distribution of funded projects across the country, placing greater emphasis on previously disadvantaged and rural areas. Our visits to numerous locations in the Eastern Cape and Bukoni-Buphirima reveal stark contrast to the success stories purported by the department. The evidence clearly indicates a different reality than the positive narratives presented. The sporting facilities funded by the department, municipalities, or through collaborations between DTIC and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure are often incomplete or left to deteriorate. The Sarah Batman Center of Remembrance has become a monument of shame. From the moment one enters, the misspelling of Sarah Batman stands out, alongside early structural defects and unverifiable grave. Despite escalating costs, there's little to show for the expenditure. The Portfolio Committee must pursue accountability relentlessly, ensuring that those entrusted with delivering services fulfill their responsibility diligently and within the agreed timelines. The Portfolio Committee must continue to demand qualitative reporting from all government departments at national, provincial, and municipal levels. The glaring absence of effective planning has repeatedly hindered progress. This is evident as several projects we visited were unprepared for viewing, with excuses regarding key availability offered by the project managers, despite prior arrangements for visits. This lack of planning is root cause of government departments' consistent underperformance and overspending. We must implement changes to rectify the issues for betterment of our communities. The EFF supports the report. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The cultural and creative sectors continue to face late transfers and under expenditure, which undermines artists, community projects, and heritage institutions that depend on predictable funding. We call on the department to strengthen internal controls and accelerate the disbursements of grants so that support reaches practitioners when it is most needed. In the sporting arena, South Africa is hosting of major events, and our athletes' international achievements should inspire a far more deliberate investment in grassroots sport. We urge the department to intensify its partnerships with schools and local municipalities to ensure that the talent development is not confined to well-resourced urban centers, but reaches rural communities as well. We call for a more strategic and transparent monitoring of flagship programs, including the Mzansi Golden Economy and the transformation charters within sport. These programs can be powerful levers for job creation and inclusion, but only if targets are met and publicly reported. The IFP supports this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chairperson. No declaration. We support the report and the Minister. Thank you.
FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture's performance during the 2023-24 financial year showed significant failures. Lower than projected spending was noted across programs 2, 3 and 4 due to delays, non-compliance and budget cuts, and this resulted in missed performance targets with 15% and 10% unachieved in quarter 3 and 4, respectively. Crucially, budget cuts severely impacted grassroots sports development, leading to underachievement in providing equipment to schools and participation in school and district sports tournaments. Infrastructure projects like the Sarah Bartman Centre for Remembrance faced prolonged delays and contractual disputes. Committee observations highlighted poor planning and mismanagement. Encouragingly, the first quarter of 2024-25 showed some improvements, with 86% of targets achieved and Program 3 and 4 reaching all their goals. The committee also deemed the report satisfactory. However, concerns about support for language, culture and heritage-driven initiatives persisted. The Pan-South African Language Board remained unconstituted and heritage projects faced continued delays. The Program 3 budget also saw a real-term decrease towards 2024-2025. Sport plays a crucial role in nation building and social cohesion. It is paramount to stimulate sports development from grassroots levels through programs like mass participation and the Sport Development Grant. rather than through forced cosmetic transformation, which risks excluding certain groups to the detriment of exactly those noble goals. I thank you.
Thank you. Action SA.
Honourable Speaker, these reports show that the department is facing budget cuts in the hundreds of millions, meaning that every cent must now stretch further. However, the minister seems to be jet-setting around the globe, often with no discernible outcomes besides PR for himself and his Twitter account. In his reply to me, he remarked that ministers must fly business class, otherwise they may get sick. This is completely out of touch with the reality faced by the people of South Africa. So far, he has spent 6.6 million on international travel, with over 2 million spent on the Olympics, Paralympics for himself, his deputy, and believe it or not, their receptionists. This is while sports fields at home are left to decay, children don't have soccer boots, and hockey teams can't go on tour. Our sportsmen and women are performing well despite the minister's leadership, not because of his leadership. We do not believe that a minister who has referred to citizens using dehumanizing terms is fit to lead the Department of Sports and Culture, and we have laid a complaint with the Human Rights Commission in this regard. This is not the example we want to set for our children, nor is it indicative of someone serious about leading such an important department. Action SA supports these reports, but we have serious concerns about the department at large. I thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. The African Christian Democratic Party notes that while this department has demonstrated incremental improvements in performance, achieving 91% of its APP targets in 2023-24, we remain concerned by persistent inefficiencies, underutilized programs, and limited community impact. The department's strategic mandate to foster national cohesion through sport, heritage, and creative expression is vital, yet its execution remains uneven. Persistent audit irregularities, unresolved forensic reports, and a 24-month vacancy in the Director General post undermines the DSAC's governance and accountability structures. The Mzansi Golden Economy and Winning Nation initiatives have shown promise, but logistical delays, low stakeholder participation, and infrastructure bottlenecks continue to hamper delivery. The variance of 67.6 million in program expenditure and the cancellation of school arts championships reflect a troubling disconnect between planning and execution. The ACDP calls for a recalibration of the department's priorities, placing grassroots development, youth engagement, and cultural preservation at the center. The ACDP expresses concern that arts and culture risks marginalization. The department's rollout of the 17 cultural and creative industry clusters signals intent to strengthen the arts sector, yet these efforts have received less public and political attention. Strategic balance is essential because our school cohesion depends on holistic investment, and we must caution against a disproportionate focus on elite sporting events. We urge the department to strengthen its monitoring and evaluation frameworks. Performance must be measured not only by targets met, but by lives changed. The ACDP supports this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
Thank you, House Chair. The United Democratic Movement welcomes the report of the Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture. However, we must raise serious concerns that strike at the heart of our nation's social fabric. Despite being allocated over 6.1 billion for 2024-25, the department underspent by 440 million by the second quarter, especially in arts promotion and recreation development. This is unacceptable in a country where our youth and artists are desperate for opportunities. The UDM cannot ignore the cries of our actors. For years, they have raised alarms about receiving once-off payments without royalties for rebroadcast or digital streaming, and facing financial hardships despite their immense contribution to our culture and identity. Though the department has promised industry reforms, little progress has been made to enforce fair contracts, regulate broadcasters, and ensure performers share in the long-term value of their work. The UTM stands firmly with actors and creative workers demanding sustainable livelihoods, pension protections, and healthcare benefits, not empty promises. UTM is also concerned that vital projects such as placing artists in schools, supporting moral regeneration, and developing infrastructure like the Sarah Batman Center of Remembrance remain delayed due to poor project management and administrative gridlock. These failures deprive communities of platforms that foster social cohesion and preserve heritage. Therefore, the UTM calls on the department to ensure transparent and timely fund transfers so that no artist, athlete, or community
your time is
organization
now
is left out.
expired. Thank
The
you.
UTM supports the report.
Rice,
Not declaration from Rice, we support.
Bosa, ATM, Al-Jama,
We support.
NCC, PAC, UAT,
Thank you, Chairperson. Otto, Africa. The report indicates that the department achieved some targets: cultural heritage audits, library services, community art programs, and mass sport participation initiatives has advanced. This shows that with planning and efforts, the department can serve the people and uphold our shared identity. Yet, honorable members, there are troubling patterns. Budget under expenditure continues, while certain programs are delayed or are incomplete. Entities under the departments, including Theatre and Heritage Center, face governance challenges, mismanagement, and poor audit outcomes. Vacancies in leadership, weak asset management, and delays in infrastructure delivery compromise the department's ability to serve communities, particularly rural and historically marginalized. Culture, sport, and heritage are not luxuries. They are instruments of dignity, identity, and social cohesion. Every unspent rent, every incomplete facility, every delayed program is a lost opportunity to uplift our people. The United African Transformation reject this report.
Good. The ANC,
Thank you, House Chair. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture manages a substantial portfolio with a budget allocation of 64.4 billion for 2023-24, which was subsequently adjusted to 6.1 billion due to significant economic and financial events requiring budget reduction of 268.4 million. Despite these challenging circumstances, the department demonstrated commendable fiscal discipline, achieving a final expenditure of 6.065 billion, representing 99.6% utilization of the available budget, with minimal underspending of only 23.9 million. For the 2025-26 financial year, the department received a budget allocation of 6.11 billion. However, the first quarter performance reveals concerning spending patterns, with actual expenditure of 1.33 billion failing 156.3 million short of projected spending target, representing a 10.5 variance that demands immediate attention. The department's work is structured across 4 critical programs, each serving distinct but interconnected function in advancing our nation's sports, arts, and cultural agenda. Program 1, administration faced significant challenge in 2024-25 with overspending of 49.7 million in the first quarter, primarily attributed to delayed invoicing from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure for state-owned leases and municipal accounts. This administrative inefficiency undermines proper budget planning and execution. Program 2, Recreation Development and Sports Promotion, experienced the most substantial budget reduction in 2023-24, losing 182.1 million, which directly impacted community programs. The first quarter of 2024-25 saw continued challenges with 109.3 million underspending due to entities' non-compliance with infrastructure policies and delayed submission of expenditure reports. Program 3, Arts and Culture Promotion Development, demonstrated resilience despite facing budget pressure. However, the 2024-25 first quarter underspending of 89.3 million, primarily due to delayed invoicing from Nelson Mandela University for the South African Cultural Observatory, reflects persistent administrative coordination challenges. Program 4, Heritage Promotion and Preservation, receiving the largest allocation of 2.70 billion in 2024-25, maintained steady performance with minimal variance from projected spending, indicating effective program management. Performance target achievements show concerning fluctuations. While the department achieved perfect performance in the second quarter of 2023-24 with 100% target achievement, performance declined to 85% in the third quarter and recovered to 90% in the fourth quarter. The 2024-25 first quarter performance of 86% target achievement suggests ongoing implementation challenges that require immediate intervention. Committee raised significant concern about infrastructure project management, particularly the delayed Sarah Bartman Center of Remembrance project, where the contractor vacated the site in July 2021 due to contractual dispute. The Isibubu Cultural Arena project faces completion challenges, highlighting systematic issues in infrastructure project delivery that undermine community development objectives. The committee's objection regarding skewed geographical distribution of projects with apparent concentration in Gauteng province raises serious questions about equitable resource allocation. This geographic imbalance contradicts constitutional principle of equitable development and requires immediate rectification to ensure all provinces benefit proportional from national sports, arts and culture investment. The committee concerned about transformation in sports, particularly potential exclusion of certain racial groups from scientific support programs and sports academics, demand urgent attention to ensure these programs align with South Africa's transformation imperatives. The recommendation provides a clear roadmap for improvement, including the establishment of a dedicated project management unit, filling critical position and developing comprehensive plans for delayed infrastructure projects. The department must prioritize equitable geographic distribution of programs, provide detailed reporting on municipal technical assistance. Despite identified challenges, the Department of Sports and Arts and Culture plays an indispensable role in fostering social cohesion, economic development, and cultural preservation. The sector's contribution to job creation through the Mzansi Golden Economy Strategy and Presidential Employment Stimulus Program demonstrates its potential for economic transformation. Financial performance while showing areas for improvement, reflects responsible fiscal management under challenging economic conditions. The department's commitment to achieving 90% of the 2024-25 fourth quarter indicates institutional capacity for delivery. African National Congress supports the consideration of both portfolio committee reports while urging the department to implement the committee's recommendations.
Remember, your time has now expired.
Particularly regarding infrastructure project, geographic equity transformation,
Thank you, Honourable Member.
initiatives, and governance strengthening. Thank you.
Thank
Chair.
you. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip.
House Chairperson, I move that the reports be adopted.
The motion is that the reports be adopted. Are there any objections? Yes, Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chair. We object to the report. Thank you.
Are there any further objections? The UAT?
UAT object.
Are there any further objections? There's no further objections, and with those objections noted, the report is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture on 2024-25 second quarter financial and non-financial performance of Department of Sport, Arts and Culture.
Now recognize the chairperson of the committee who will introduce the report, the Honourable Magloa.
House Chairperson, I rise before this House to table for consideration the committee report on the department's financial and non-financial performance for the second quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year as reflected under Vote 37. Guided by the Section 32 of the Public Finance Management Act 1999 and Section 5 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act 2009, it is our constitutional mandate to hold the executive to account. This through its committees, to monitor departmental performance against allocated budgets and to assess whether expenditure results in the intended outcomes. Honourable members, the total budget allocated to the department is 6.1 billion rand. Program 1 administration was allocated 449 million. Program 2 recreation development and sport promotion received 1.2 billion rand. This program actually concealed serious challenges beneath the surface. Program 3 arts and culture promotion and development received 1.64 billion rand. Program 4, the largest chunk of funding went to heritage promotion and perseverance, who received 2.7 billion. Underspending mainly occurred in Program 2 and 3, largely because of delays in transferring funds to the entities and some significant challenges that are yet to be resolved. The committee notes that vacancies on boards such as Boxing South Africa, the National Film and Video Foundation, and PANSAP undermine governance and leadership stability at the time. This includes sudden resignations due to misuse of funds. The committee was concerned by delays in transferring funds to beneficiaries of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program, as well as the administrative bottlenecks around events such as Freedom Day and Heritage Day. The target for supporting moral regeneration project was missed due to documentation issues. House Chair, the committee made several observations. We noted with concern the suspension of senior officials, including Deputy Director General for Cooperative Services, pending investigations. These matters have a direct bearing on service delivery and require urgent resolution. We also observed that the department efforts to promote social cohesion through events and programs may not also achieve the intended or desired outcome, and that access to opportunities and job remains unevenly distributed across provinces. The committee also raises concerns about the cost escalation resulting from unplanned cabinet-approved projects, such as the celebration of 30 years of democracy. While we, as the committee, appreciate the significance of such events, they must not come at the expense of planned and budgeted events from the department. The committee has made various recommendations, of which some of it that the department provides a full report on the ongoing investigations into officials with timelines and also finalization, given their impact on delivery, and that steps be taken to fill these vacancies and so also programs. The department to promote equitable distribution of opportunities across provinces, aiming to strengthen the nation building and social cohesion with creating opportunities and job for all. Honorable members, the cultural, creative and sporting sectors play a vital role in fostering unity, promoting national identity and creating economic opportunities. Therefore, effective resources and management is essential in unlocking their full potential. House Chairperson, I present this report to the House for consideration and adoption. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The DA.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The department's first quarter performance report for 24-25 on the surface looks neat. 86% of targets have been achieved, expenditures within range, and a presentation that satisfied the committee after its initial rejection. But Chair, beneath the polished numbers lies a story of broken promises, political patronage, and financial manipulation that cannot be ignored. As I've mentioned, Minister Mackenzie entered office with great fanfare, promising to uplift athletes and artists, transform the sector, and energize a department long plagued by dysfunction. The truth is that his department is failing to deliver on its constitutional mandate and is being used as a political instrument to consolidate power. The festivals across the country that were promised support, once existing funding streams were withdrawn, they were told to apply to the Mzansi Gold Economy Fund, only to have their applications rejected. These are not fringe events, Chair. They are anchor institutions in our cultural economy. The Cape Town International Jazz Festival generates around 900 million rand for the Western Cape economy, supporting over 5,000 temporary and permanent jobs across the sectors. The Klein Karoo Nationale Kunstefees attracts over 100,000 attendees annually, generating 72 million in direct economic impact for Oudtshoorn and a total of 178 million rand across the Western Cape. Stellenbosch Woordfees draws over 100,000 visitors and reaches over 2,500 schools and 270,000 learners annually. St. Oosterfees sustains more than 4,000 jobs and offers a junior festival inviting over 8,000 school children to experience the arts. Arklop and Potchefstroom generates 50 to 65 million rand annually for the Northwest Province. The Innerbos Lowveld National Arts Festival injects 80 to 90 million rand into Mpumalanga's economy with roughly 78,800 visitors. Vrystaat Kunstefees generates an estimated 208 million for the Free State, with attendees spending an average of 4,800 rand each. The National Arts Festival features 2,000 performers, attracts over 200,000 attendees, and generates 350 million rand annually to support Makanda's local impoverished economy. These are international flagship events. They are recognized and valued by multiple governments, consulates, and various organizations, facts that Minister Mackenzie seems to be blatantly ignoring. Withdrawing support from these festivals threatens thousands of livelihoods, it eliminates youth opportunities, and it undermines development. Has the Minister conducted feasibility studies or engaged with the festivals before making these decisions? The answer is no. Meanwhile, the MG adjudication panel is stacked with Patriotic Alliance members, including his spokesperson, ex-councillors, and members of the party, and the contact for festival fundraising is another active PA member, a textbook case of political patronage. Although this report covers up to September 2024, the department's current defunding of sports federations to reallocate 82 million rand for VAR cannot be ignored. International leagues such as the EPL, La Liga, and the Bundesliga introduced VAR as part of clear strategic plans, broader technological upgrades, and without cutting grassroots programs. As an avid Liverpool supporter, I followed this very closely. Here, however, funds are redirected without clear authority, and the CFO initially denying that reallocations were even made until he was questioned extensively. This occurred outside original budgeting processes, putting grassroots sports and development at risk. The result is predictable. Artists and athletes are starved of support, heritage projects stall, and communities are left without promised facilities. Meanwhile, funds are quietly diverted into headline-chasing projects designed to boost the minister's image or to serve his political network. Honourable Speaker, as the DA, we demand the reinstatement of funding for established festivals with proven social and economic impact. We want full disclosure of all MGE allocations, including applicant details and compliance history. We want a depoliticized adjudication process and a full account from the minister on every budget reallocation, including the VAR diversion, with legal clarification. Sports, arts and culture is about nation building, opportunity and about hope. Under this minister, it has become a tool of political power, and as the Democratic Alliance, we will not stand by while that happens. I thank you.
Thank you. The MK.
The MK party rejects the report and there is no declaration.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the CIC President Julius Malema, Commissars, Fighters, and fellow South Africans. House Chairperson, the EFF actively participated in all activities and processes that contributed to the compilation of the Portfolio Committee's report presented here today. While we support the report as a reflection of the observations and deliberations of the committee, it is imperative to highlight several pressing concerns. The department's inadequate response to chapters 9 and 15 of the National Development Plan, which are crucial for supporting government priorities, particularly the economic transformation of the cultural and creative sector, cannot be overlooked. Ownership dynamics in this sector are starkly skewed, resembling a system where the black majority remains a subordinate position, serving as a labor force for a predominantly white ownership that reaps the benefits of production and profits. The ongoing issues of spatial integration and design of human settlements are unacceptable as they continue to reflect the disparities entrenched during colonial and apartheid eras, disproportionately affecting suburbs, townships, and rural areas. Schools and areas that have been historically disadvantaged are in dire need of equitable access to sports and arts facilities, matching those available in previously white-only areas. The lack of true social cohesion, particularly evident in national events hosted by the department, raises serious concerns about representation and inclusivity, showcasing a clear imbalance in participating demographics. The failure to achieve meaningful job creation as outlined in the PSP, NEF, Mzansi Golden Economy, and other employment programs is a significant issue. These programs are plagued by corruption and mismanagement, hindering their intended impact. The evident lack of understanding of the sector key leaders, including the minister, who sometimes quote wrong acts, profoundly affects government. This is illustrated by decisions regarding board compositions that prioritize political loyalty over sector expertise. While the EFF supports adoption of the report, it is crucial to emphasize these reservations which directly challenge any notion of the department's successes. It is critical also to question whether the strategies proposed by the department genuinely address the distinct challenges faced by diverse communities in the sports, arts, and culture sectors. Furthermore, economic instability poses a significant threat to the success of
Honourable
the initiatives
Member, your
outlined
time
in
has
the
expired.
The EFF supports the report.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The IFP acknowledges the department's achievement of 85% of its planned outputs in the quarter under review. Excuse me. We note the positive steps in promoting social cohesion and supporting the cultural creative industries through initiatives such as the Mzansi Golden Economy and the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. However, we remain concerned about the several recurring challenges. There was significant underspending in recreation development and sports promotion and arts and culture promotion and development. These are precisely the areas where investment should reach communities and grassroots initiatives. Delays in transfers undermine the impact of these programs. We urge the department to ensure that its flagship events and projects reach rural and historically disadvantaged communities, and that the objectives of Imbizo's and ministerial initiatives are clearly defined and evaluated. Sports, arts, and culture are vital drivers of nation building and economic inclusion. They deserve disciplined management and timely expenditure. The IFP supports the report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The PA.
This portfolio committee has observed, engaged, and deliberated. Our reports reflect a department that, in the midst of a profound and unnecessary renaissance, let us be unequivocally clear, this department was left in an inherited state of neglect. Very little was done to reach the people who needed it the most. It was a department adrift. But under the new leadership, we witness revival, a revival of spirit, of purpose, of tangible delivery, a love for sport. A child out of court is a child in sport. Thank you.
The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the core objective of this department is to develop.
Our apologies, Honourable Member. Just mute that microphone, please. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. The core objective of this department is to develop and promote sport, arts, and culture, fostering a creative, competitive, and socially cohesive nation.
Honourable Member, remove that member from the platform, please. Thank you. Please continue.
En die belangrikheid van hierdie mandaat mag nie gering geskat word nie. Daar sal nooit genoeg geld wees om al die doelstellings van hierdie mandaat wat hierdie mandaat vereis 100% te verwesenlik nie. Maar is nie net die finansiering van hierdie mandaat wat saak maak nie. Meer belangrik is hoe die bestaande fondse aangewend word, wat die prioriteite is wat die mandaat onderlê en die gesindheid waarmee dit uitgevoer word. Wat besteding betref, Program 3 Kuns en Kultuurbevordering en Ontwikkeling het 'n nominale afname na 2024-2025 na 1.64 miljard rand beleef. Teen kwartaal 2 het die departement slegs 48% van sy 6.11 miljard rand begroting bestee, minder as geprojekteer, terwyl daar vrae gevra word, soos Sondag in die rapport, oor beloftes van befondsing aan kunstefeeste, soos die KAK&K Suidoosterfees, Woordfees, Aardklop in die Bos en Vryfees. Die VF+ het 'n skriftelike vraag hieroor aan die minister ingedien en verwag dat die kwessie ten volle in die antwoord aangespreek sal word, sodat ons almal agter die kap van hierdie spesifieke byl kan kom. The Mzansi Golden Economy Strategy aims to unlock the creative industry's potential with 1.2 billion rand allocated for the creation of 60,390 jobs. However, it is unclear what criteria are used to allocate funding to applicants, why applicants from certain established or applications from certain established applicants have been denied, and whose applications have been approved based on what criteria. Sustained support for South Africa's arts and culture sector, especially its festivals, is vital, and we need more than just empty promises. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. No declaration. We support the report.
Thank you. Honorable Skhosana.
Ngithokoze mgcini sihlalo. Kunomraro nohla. Angazi ke nje ukuthi manrareja abantu abalaleleko ekhaya ukuthi kuhlehle nizimisela ukwenzani. Ama language la ekhaya la akusiyo ama language amabili la engwalalele la. KuneSwati, kuneSpedi, kuneSindebele. Mara la abantu bekhaya bakhona ukulalela bekakhuluma enye language yale kude. Ngiyanibawa ukuthi man as a belief and chair wena ngibawe ekhulu kuwe angazi kangakhe ne. Ngagcina ngathi ngizokuphuma bathi no mina ngenzani mara ngiyanibawa. Sibawa ukuthi abantu bekhaya bakhona ukuzwa ukuthi nasiphendulalela amakhuwa kuphela lapha as a belief.
Thank you. Whilst Honorable Skhosana, whilst you were speaking, I was scrolling through the channels, and you're quite correct. There's a shocking lack of absence of translation services. I will ask the table to technically look into it and advise, and then I'll come back to the House. Let me just double check. Action SA confirmed that there's no declaration. Okay, we move on. The ACDP.
No declaration, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. Rise.
No declaration, we support.
Thank you. Bosa.
No declaration, Chairperson.
Thank you. The ATM. Al-Jamar.
Al-Jamar supports the report.
Thank you. The NCC. The PAC. The UAT. Good. The ANC.
Wait, like it's a chono go leboga modula stulo wa rona tsamisang chono. I rise today to express support on the report of the Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture on the 2024-25 second quarter financial year and non-financial performance of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. The report presents a comprehensive assessment that demands our careful consideration as it reveals both commendable achievements and concerning challenges within our cultural and sporting landscape. I must, however, acknowledge the department's solid performance trajectory, achieving 23 out of 27 planned output indicators, an impressive 85% success rate during the second quarter. This demonstrates institutional capacity and commitment to service delivery despite operating in challenging circumstances. The department's strategic focus on economic transformation through the Mzansi Golden Economy Strategy deserves recognition, House Chair. With 1.2 billion allocated over the medium term to create 60,390 job opportunities in the cultural and creative sector, this initiative represents a meaningful contribution to our national employment objectives and economic recovery efforts. Programs 2, Recreational Development and Sports Promotion, attained an exemplary 89% success rate, supporting 17 sport and recreation bodies and demonstrating tangible progress towards mass participation in sport. Similarly, Programs 3, Arts and Culture Development and Promotion, maintained an 89% achievement rate, reflecting the department's commitment to cultural preservation and development. The department's expenditure of 2,930 million, representing 48% of the available 6,110 million budget by the second quarter, indicates reasonable fiscal discipline and adherence to spending patterns appropriate for the reporting period. However, this report also revealed troubling deficiencies that cannot be overlooked. The variance of 440.5 million between projected and actual expenditure raises serious questions about planning accuracy and budget execution capabilities. This 7.2% variance
suggests that the systematic challenges in financial forecasting and implementation, particularly concerning is the administrative turmoil within Program 1, where the Deputy Director, Corporate Service and other departmental officials have been placed on administrative leave pending internal investigations. Such leadership instability directly undermines the service delivery and institutional effectiveness. The department's failure to attain full board constitution across its entities, with only 82% of councils and boards probably constituted, reflects governance weaknesses that require immediate attention. The dissolution of Boxing SA and National Film and Video Foundation boards, alongside delayed pan-slip appointments, demonstrate institutional management failures. Program 4, House Chair, inability to support any tertiary student studying heritage practice during the quarter, despite of 45 students who represented a fully complement who failed in a human capital development within the heritage sector. This zero achievement rate is such a critical area, is unacceptable. It is not even going to be welcomed. The report also highlights deeper structural issues affecting performances, delays in infrastructure development, including the Polokwane Theatre construction and Sarah Bartman Center of Remembrance, indicate project management deficiencies that waste public resources and delay community benefits. The department struggles with compliance requirements from sports and creation and bodies, resulting only 17 out of 20 targeted organizations being supported. It suggests inadequate stakeholder engagement and support systems that have failed. Furthermore, the negative budgetary impact of an unplanned cabinet-approved 30 years of democracy celebration projects demonstrate poor financial planning and coordination within broader government initiatives. Despite all of these challenges, we support the report's consideration because it provides essential transparency and accountability mechanism necessary for improvement. Our recommendation as the committee offer a roadmap for addressing identified deficiencies while building on existing strengths. The department must provide comprehensive reports on all internal investigations as recommended, ensuring that administrative disruptions that is led by the minister do not compromise service delivery. Progress updates on filling vacant positions will address capacity constraints affecting performance. It is quite important that the establishment of proper project management system for IT initiatives and infrastructure development will enhance service delivery efficiency and reduce cost overruns. The African National Congress, therefore, supports the consideration of this report and its swift implementation of its recommendation, and we wish to reiterate that the minister must align himself with the APP and the understanding of day-to-day running of government to be able to measure himself. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you, honorable members. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? MK?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. We object to the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further objections? With that objection of the MK noted, the report is accordingly agreed to. We will now take orders number 7 to 16 together. These are reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. I recognize the Honorable Zibi to introduce the reports.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable members, these reports were carried over from the 6th Parliament because they could not be processed in time. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, I hereby table before this House 10 reports on unauthorized expenditure by various government departments and entities. These took place between the financial years 2006 to 7 and 2019 to 2020 financial years. The budget votes involved are Vote 3, Department of Cooperative Governance, totaling 1.123 million. Vote 11, Department of Public Service Administration, at 8.812 million. Statistics South Africa, 142.2 million. Department of Basic Education, 6.5 million. Department of Social Development, 15.13 billion. Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, 27.3 million. Department of Correctional Services, 121,000 rand. Independent Police Investigative Directorate, 891,000. Department of Telecommunications and Digital Technologies, 4.7 million. Department of Minerals and Energy, then 4.860 million. All recommendations I will now refer to are in terms of Section 34(1)A and Section 34(1)2 of the Public Finance Management Act. Section 34(1)A allows the committee to recommend to the House that the said amount be financed as a direct charge against the National Revenue Fund. Section 34(1)2 allows the committee to recommend to the House that the said unauthorized expenditure be financed as a direct charge against funds allocated to the department for future years. SCOPA recommends that unauthorized expenditure in respect of votes 3, 11, 16, 20, 22, 24, 30, and 34 are charged against future allocations in accordance with the relevant section of the PFMA aforementioned. In the case of vote 19, we recommend that this be charged directly from the National Revenue Fund. In the case of vote 14, the committee recommends as follows. For the years 2017-18, 11.4 million be funded as a direct charge against funds allocated to the department for future years. 26.5 million be financed as a direct charge against the National Revenue Fund. 2018-19, 7.8 million be funded as a direct charge against future allocations. 48.9 million be financed as a direct charge against the National Revenue Fund. 2019-2020, the unauthorized expenditure should be financed as a direct charge against the National Revenue Fund. The unauthorized expenditure in respect of vote 19, the Department of Social Development, at 15.134 billion, was a result of the necessary decision to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic and was unavoidable. Honorable Chair, as the honorable members can see, some of this unauthorized expenditure dates back as far back as 2006 and 7. For this process to be meaningful, it is important that the Auditor General reports are processed quickly so that the recommendations can be effected within the prevailing budget cycle. Such long delays, as members can see in the detailed reports, result in situations where some of the departments or ministries either no longer exist or did not exist at the time. I therefore call on all stakeholders in this process to work with the committee so we can process these as soon as practicable. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zibi. Honorable members, there will now be an opportunity for parties wishing to make a declaration to do so. The DA.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the reports before us reveal a callous disregard for taxpayer money in many departments over the past decade. Many years ago, some of these departments decided to spend money that had not been properly authorized with no regard to the consequences. The Department of Public Services and Administration, for example, had a ministerial office that overspent its allocation by 8.8 million in 2014 without seeking any authorization. The consequences will now, for the most part, fall on those departments' future budgets, as recommended by the committee when these reports were processed through the 6th Parliament. It is concerning, Chairperson, that some of these reports refer to unauthorized spending that happened close to 2 decades ago. Accountability deferred is accountability denied. Consequences must be implemented, but they should ideally fall upon those who caused the issues. Public entities have not limited themselves, however, to spending what they shouldn't spend. There are also far too many circumstances where they avoid settling bills which they are liable for. An example of this has been the fact that a number of departments have not really been paying the Auditor General for his services, and we particularly welcome the National Treasury's move to recover 1.83 billion rand in debt owed to the Auditor General by many government departments. The Auditor General is South Africa's last line of defense against corruption and mismanagement. We cannot afford to allow municipalities and SOEs to rack up debt with the Auditor General like they have with so many other public entities. Madam Speaker, the Auditor General also made an important point during a presentation to the Standing Committee this past week, before we considered these reports. She said that there's a hidden financial cost to non-compliance and financial mismanagement. The cost is reflected in the higher premiums demanded by banks and investors to loan money to certain municipalities and public entities. At the end of the day, this cost is borne by ordinary South Africans. Either they must pay higher taxes to finance the extra risks generated by the municipalities' inability to follow the rules, or the extra cost of borrowing means that infrastructure they desperately need just never gets built. As the Auditor General herself noted, the City of Cape Town has far lower borrowing costs than most other municipalities because of its track record of good governance, because the municipality submits the statements on time, and because it spends what it's authorized to, not just what it wants. This translates into lower borrowing cost, and this is part of why the City of Cape Town is now spending more on infrastructure than Johannesburg and Durban combined. Madam Speaker, the DA governs 12% of South Africa's municipalities, but our municipalities represent more than half of all the clean audits in the country. Just yesterday, President Ramaphosa told ANC councillors to come and look at how the DA does things. We'd be very happy to show you. Across government, at local, provincial, and national level, we're making sure that we run a tight ship, that we pay our bills on time, and that the rules are all followed at all times. That is what we do in government, and that, Chairperson, is the DA difference. Thank you.
MK Party.
Honorable Chair, thank you. Chair, these reports were processed by SCOPA in the previous administration. Ours is now merely a ratification of a technicality. What we have fundamentally observed, though, is that this egregious financial ill-discipline has spanned nearly 2 decades. This inexcusable negligence in processing of these reports has happened without implementing any clear consequence management for responsible officials. These reports document a staggering 15.35 billion rand in unauthorized expenditure, exposing a culture of impunity where officials are responsible for massive financial mismanagement face no meaningful consequences. The Department of Basic Education explicitly did not take any disciplinary action against any official, despite 6.5 million rands in wasteful expenditure, establishing a dangerous precedent that undermines fiscal accountability. Honorable Chair, while departments squandered billions through incompetence, we must always remember that 55% of South Africans live below the poverty line, and that unemployment stands at a catastrophic 33.2%, with youth unemployment sitting at 62.2%. The Department of Social Development spent 15.13 billion rand in COVID-related overspending. While emergency-driven, we understand, this occurred alongside systematic poverty affecting millions. Statistics South Africa, which is tasked with measuring inequality, itself wasted 142.2 million rand through poor financial management, while South Africa maintains the world's highest inequality with a Gini coefficient of 0.63. Most damning, Chair, are the timeline delays. The Department of Cooperative Governance, 1.1 million rand unauthorized expenditure occurred in 2006-2007. Yet we are addressing this 18 years later. The Department of Minerals and Energy's 14.86 million rands electrification fund mismanagement happened in 2010-2011 financial year, and this represents a 14-year accountability gap. Such delays institutionalize impunity, demonstrating that consequences, if they come at all, are meaningless. Chair, these reports reveal systematic failures to meet departmental annual performance plans while wasting public resources. The AG reports that 87% of municipalities failed procurement compliance, while infrastructure delivery remains poor despite a 68.4 billion rand being allocated. Service delivery continues failing while departments demonstrate fiscal irresponsibility with complete impunity. Chair, these reports symbolize a government that has institutionalized impunity while ordinary South Africans suffer poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Families struggle with the 796 rand monthly food poverty line, while officials waste billions without consequence through poor planning and inadequate oversight. As MK Party, we say that these reports represent a moral failure to serve South Africans with the required integrity and accountability. The wasted money could have funded schools, clinics, could have created jobs, could have enhanced women's empowerment. Instead, it was squandered through incompetence, rewarded by a culture of impunity. Furthermore, even though SCOPA of the 7th Administration has no authority over these reports, as MK Party, we request that the SIU must investigate these reports with the purpose of ensuring enforcement of consequence management for all of
Thank you,
the
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Greetings to Commander-in-Chief and Commissars. We are here today, House Chair, to confront one of the most damaging practices in government, the persistent culture of unauthorized expenditure. This is not simply about money being spent incorrectly. It is about a crude and entrenched form of theft where spending happens outside the laws and rules of the Public Finance Management Act. The AG has consistently exposed these cases, and SCOPA has investigated them in detail. What emerges is not a collection of isolated mistakes, but a pattern that reveals deep systemic problems. Year after year, departments across government fall into the same trap. To give a few examples, Chair, the Independent Policy Investigative Directorate has recorded unauthorized expenditure in the past years. The Department of Mineral and Energy overspent its votes by nearly 15 million in 2010-2011 because of something as basic as unverified banking details and spelling mistakes when transferring funds. In 2019-2020, the Department of Social Development recorded a staggering of 15.1 billion in unauthorized expenditure linked partly to the COVID-19 pandemic, but still pointing to serious gaps in financial oversight. The Department of Public Service and Administration overspent by more than 8 million on a minister advisory body and increased personnel. These are not just minor slips-ups. They expose weaknesses that cost the public dearly. SCOPA has been clearly in its recommendations. Unauthorized expenditure must be dealt with by reducing the future allocation of the departments concerned as required by Section 34 of the PFMA. But accountability must mean more than adjusting budgets. It must mean verifiable recoveries and real consequences for officials. Too often, those who preside over financial misconduct are simply redeployed elsewhere, where they continue the same practices without consequence. Each report ends with a call for the Auditor General to follow up and report again after 2025-2026 financial year. This shows that we cannot let these matters disappear in the system. Continuous monitoring and enforcement are essential. Yet the fact that Parliament debates the same problems
Hello.
Hello, hello. Is there something wrong with the virtual platform?
Hi, I'm also asking. No audio, no vision, no visual.
It's just stuck here. We are just stuck.
Same here.
Why do I feel like it's MK people only here?
The screen in the chamber is frozen. They're busy working on it, members.
Because MK is the most diligent keeper.
I feel like MK is taking work serious than other people, eh?
Really, conspiracy theories.
Sabotage. Yeah, nothing on my side.
Yes, it's sabotage, guys. Right?
Others
MK
are
only.
sleeping on duty as usual.
I think it's only MK that's been switched off here.
Let's hope this discussion is not in the house. Eh?
I hope it's not in the house. Yeah, I just hope it's not in the house.
Ray, that conspiracy theory is the same as thinking a two-thirds majority that throws the vote.
Nothing works in this government, not even their technology.
Okay, thank you, Honorable.
Oh, goodness. Is this working? What's going on here?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can all members on the virtual platform please mute? I think we are ready to proceed. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, this report highlights in the majority of cases of unauthorized expenditure, not only the inefficiencies and weaknesses that other members refer to, but also a very big problem with our budgeting. Because what it shows in a majority of these cases is that budgets do not make provision for the unforeseen. And that is why over expenditure then occurs, because we don't actually plan for in eventualities that happens, because this is life. Life is life. And when in this world of black swans and things that happen, such as pandemics and so forth, you will always have expenditure that you couldn't plan for. But we don't make provision for it, not in our national budget, not in budgets for departments, and that's why you then have over expenditure. But let me also echo what a lot of colleagues have already mentioned with regards to the fact that these unauthorized expenditure in a lot of these cases has been coming over a lot of previous financial years. And the big question that must be answered, Chairperson, is why? Why did only the 6th Parliament deal with this? Section 38(1)(g) of the PFMA is very clear that an accounting officer must immediately report unauthorized expenditure to National Treasury. Now, the question is, did the accounting officers report, or did National Treasury not come to Parliament to consider these unauthorized expenditure? Because the implication, Chairperson, is now that these departments' budgets are now going to be reduced in October for over expenditure that occurred 18 years ago. Is that really in the interest of service delivery? I thank you.
Thank you. Action SA.
House Chair. In a recent written question from Action SA, we asked the Finance Minister, what was the total amount reported to the National Treasury in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, irregular expenditure, and unauthorized expenditure by public departments and entities, including municipalities, over the last 5 years? The answer was a staggering 1.38 trillion. This amounts for half of the entire government of South Africa's budget for the current year, which stands at 2.6 trillion. What we have before us is only a fraction of these exorbitant losses. The sad reality is that unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure is not coming down. It is escalating. It points to a government that is failing and a government of national unity that is failing in its promise to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. One of Action SA's policy levers for fixing our country is to have a professional public service, one in which state institutions are managed and staffed by highly qualified, ethical, and committed public servants who act with care, professionalism, and a true sense of duty. Of the Hawks. And thirdly, the effectiveness of the SIU has been intentionally watered down. Until corrupt officials are jailed and incompetent officials are fired, we will never win the battle against unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. I thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP welcomes the report from SCOPA highlighting the unauthorized expenditure of over 80 billion rand in some 10 government departments. Now, as dismal as these particular figures are, the transparency in highlighting their failures must be appreciated. But I think it also needs to be noted, House Chair, that this comes against a backdrop. This unauthorized expenditure comes against a backdrop of what many South Africans are facing in terms of high unemployment, one of the highest unemployment rates in the world, sitting at 33%, over 40% on the expanded definition of unemployment. We have a debt to GDP of some 77%. We have a deficit on our national account. We have a Gini coefficient of some 0.63, one of the highest Gini coefficients of the world, Gini coefficients in the world, indicating the deficit between those who have and those who have not, which continues to grow. And so it's in this particular background and backdrop that we need to understand that we cannot continue having this kind of unauthorized, irregular expenditure in our government departments. The ACDP will call for accountability, including ensuring that those who have fallen foul of keeping to the law, and in particular your Finance Management Acts, are held to the fullest account. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The UDM.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The UDM welcomes the move by the 7th Administration SCOPA to bring this mess to ahead for us to deal with it. But it brings to us the fact that we had a failing government. You cannot tell us how, for all these years, those people disregarded the PFMA and nothing was done. It's something that is continuing at all levels of the government. It's something that SCOPA is now dealing with it. The UTM hopes that what SCOPA has started doing is something that's going to give a lesson going forward, that we cannot have a situation where there is no consequence management, where these UIFWs are allowed to pile up for years and years and years, and you start asking yourself, where was the oversight over all these years? I understand that some parties are blaming the GNU, but this is not the work of the GNU. I must state that, Honorable Chairperson, without fear or favor. But all we need to do is to respect the laws that govern us, which is what has been missing all along. I thank you.
Thank you, Rise.
As Rise Mzansi, we support the reports and also the work that SCOPA is doing on this particular matter. What is important, whilst I take the arguments that have been advanced, that it might be maybe the legislation or many of these unauthorized as a result of unforeseen, unplanned ways or things that happen, we need to be honest with ourselves that there is that culture of not planning properly and then using or spending money that you don't have authorization to spend. And that is, if we are to be honest with ourselves, it is a gateway in some instances, and most instances, it is a gateway to stealing the public funds. So we need to close that loop. We do accept that there will be instances where there are emergencies that happen and that you did not foresee. But let's not make excuses for human errors and also for people trying to open windows to steal from the public. But as I said, we support the work of SCOPA and will continue to support them as they go into the last couple of financial years, digging in to see how the monies of the people of South Africa has been in an unauthorized way been spent.
Thank you, Bosa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. First of all, as Build One South Africa, we endorse and support the report and the work that the Standing Committee on Public Accounts is doing. I do think, though, it's important, honorable members, that we need to think deeply about what the system is producing. We can all sit here as victims, as though we're not lawmakers, as though these issues are new, but many of them are legacy issues. Unauthorized expenditure is something that the Auditor General speaks about consistently. Yet we as lawmakers will come here, make speech after speech, almost as if this is something that we will lament this year and do it again next year. May I make 3 critical suggestions? The first is, in looking at issues of wasteful and fruitless expenditure, that we deploy the right leadership and financial officers to spaces and departments that are not operating properly. We can't just simply leave it to the departments that are perpetual failures in this regard. Secondly, I think we need to apply digital technology. AI as part of the future gives us an opportunity to be predictive about where financial matters are coming from. If we can adopt that, we can predict and deal with reports in real time rather than waiting years later. Lastly, we are lawmakers, let's enforce the law. Where there are problems of accountability, let us hold those people accountable. So, Honorable House Chairperson, my hope is that this discussion will not lead to another, let's just lament and fail to do the hard yards. Let's act now, modernize, so that we can deal with the financial integrity of the South African budgeting process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The ATM.
Thank you, Chair. We note
Honorable Maeko, please remain muted on the virtual platform. My apologies, Honorable Member.
Yeah, so as we note the report, we want to advance that the government must move away from only reporting unauthorized and irregular expenditure to action being taken against the culprits. And all of the monies that have been lost must be returned. And the government must send a very strong message against all of the wrongdoers in the public sector. We are of the strong belief that harsh punishments will deter such practices from persisting in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Al-Jamal. The NCC, the PIC, the UAT, good, the ANC.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo hloniphekileko malunga ahloniphekileko sizwe sekhethu lochani sihlalo hloniphekileko I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to support the tabling before this August House the findings of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts regarding unauthorized expenditures across 10 departments. These reports reflect a concerning pattern of financial mismanagement, inadequate planning, and insufficient oversight in the use of public funds, amongst others. While some instances were driven by emergencies or unforeseen circumstances, others were avoidable and highlight systemic weaknesses in financial governance. Unauthorized expenditure, as defined by the PFMA, is not simply a line item in the financial statement. It is a violation of the parliamentary vote. It means money was spent without legislative approval, either by overspending a budget or using funds for purposes other than what was voted for. Malunga hloniphekileko, the Department of Cooperative Governance incurred 1.1 million rands in the unauthorized expenditure in the year 2006-2007 due to overspending on travel, subsistence, and legal fees. The Department of Telecommunications and Digital Technologies overspent 4.7 million rands in the year 2013-2014, largely due to currency depreciation affecting membership fees to international organizations. The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities recorded unauthorized expenditures of over 27 million rands in the year 2011-2012 and 2.2 million rands in the year 2015-2016 and 3.2 million rands in the year 2019-2020, primarily due to overspending on compensation and goods and services. The Department of Correctional Services overspent by 121,000 rands in the year 2015-2016 due to adjustment in housing allowances and medical aids contribution. The Department of Social Development recorded a staggering 15.1 billion rands in unauthorized expenditure in the year 2019-2020, reportedly driven by emergency early payment of social grants during the COVID-19 pandemic. Stats SA incurred 142.1 million rands in unauthorized expenditures across 3 financial years, which is 2017-2018, 2018-2019, and 2019-2020, largely due to budget reduction affecting compensation of employees. The Department of Public Service and Administration overspent by 8.8 million rands in the year 2013-2014 due to increased personnel in the Minister's Office, while the Independent Police Investigative Directorate recorded 891,000 unauthorized expenditures in the year 2005-2006 and the year 2008-2009, reportedly due to printing costs and unanticipated salary transactions. The Department of Basic Education overspent by 6.4 million rands in 2014-2015 on the National Teachers Award, and the Department of Minerals and Energy incurred 14.8 million rands in unauthorized expenditure in the year 2010-2011 due to delays in transferring funds to a municipality. These figures are alarming and demonstrate the urgent need for stronger financial controls, proactive planning, and accountability mechanisms. While some departments have implemented corrective measures, the recurrence of unauthorized expenditures across multiple years and departments is unacceptable. We therefore call on the political leadership and the executive management of the said department to enforce stringent consequence management. Merely evaluating the past is not enough. We must chart a new course. Malunga hloniphekileko, the misuse of public funds undermines service delivery and erodes public trust. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that every rand is spent wisely and in accordance with the law. Our clarion call and commitment to building a capable, ethical, and developmental state remains more relevant today than ever before. We dare not falter nor lose heart in our efforts for ethical leadership and professionalized public service. Sihlangano ye-ANC siyawusekela lo mbiko. We accept the invitation that we received from Honorable Atkinson that municipalities who are not performing well must come to Cape Town to learn. I want to add another municipality which is in Mpumalanga. We've got a municipality called Nkangala District Municipality in Mpumalanga, where I come from. That municipality has received 9 consecutive clean audits, and it is led by the ANC. 9 consecutive clean audits. So I'm extending an invitation that
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you. Order, Honorable Members. Order. Order. Honorable members, I want to recognize the acting chief whip.
Chairperson, I move that the reports be adopted.
Thank you. The motion is that these reports be adopted. Are there any objections? The MK?
Thank you, House Chair. We object to that. Thank you.
Thank you. The MK is objecting. Any other objections? I don't see any other hands. So with that objection of the MK noted, these reports are accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will now read the 17th order.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on oversight visit to Libombo Port of Entry, Mpumalanga Province on 10 December 2024.
Honorable members, I wish to remind you that this matter was debated in a virtual mini-plenary last Friday on the 12th of September, but that a decision thereon can only be taken in this full plenary. This is also the case for the consideration of other decisions of question before this House for the matters to come in the 18th to 25th orders. Are there any objection to the adoption of this report in the 17th order? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the 18th order.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation on conducting a parliamentary diplomacy and oversight visit to People's Republic of China.
Are there any objections to the adoption of this report? The DA?
The DA objects.
MK?
MK objects. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further objections? With those
Please note
objections,
the objection of the FF Plus as well, Chair, please.
FF Plus as well. With those objections recorded, the report is accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will read the 19th order.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Electricity and Energy on oversight visit to Gauteng, Northwest and Mpumalanga provinces during 24-28 March 2025.
Honorable members, are there any objections to the adoption of this report? The MK?
Thank you, House Chair. We object.
Thank you. The objection of the MK is noted. The FF?
The FF rejects.
Thank you. With those objections noted, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 20th order.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Basic Education on third quarterly report on performance of Department of Basic Education in meeting its predetermined objectives 24-25.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the adoption of this report? The MK?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note our objection.
Thank you. With the objection of the MKP noted, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will now read the 21st order.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Higher Education on oversight visit to Gauteng on 24-28 February 2025.
Are there any objections to the adoption of this report? The MKP?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note our objection.
Thank you. The EFF?
EFF objects, Chair.
Thank you. The UAT?
The UAT object.
Thank you. The ATM?
We object.
Thank you. With those objections noted, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will proceed to read the 22nd order.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Higher Education on 2024-25 second quarter financial and non-financial performance report of the Department of Higher Education.
Are there any objections to the adoption of this report? The MK?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the MK's objection.
Thank you. The EFF?
Notes the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. The UAT?
The UAT object.
Thank you. The ATM?
The ATM? We object.
Thank you. With those objections noted, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 23rd order.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Forestry, Fisheries and Environment on oversight visit to KwaZulu-Natal Province from 28 February 2025.
Honorable members, are there any objections to the adoption of this report, the MKP?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note our objection.
Thank you, the EFF.
Please note our objection as the EFF Chair.
Thank you, the UAT.
UAT object.
Thank you, the ATM.
We object.
Thank you. With those 4 objections noted, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 24th order.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation on oversight visit to Kingdom of Lesotho.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the adoption of this report, the MKP?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the MK's objection.
Thank you, the FF.
We object.
Thank you, the ATM.
We object.
Thank you, the UAT.
Rahana.
Thank you. With those objections recorded and noted, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 25th order.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies on 2024-25 first and second quarter performance and expenditure reports of the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the adoption of this report, the MKP?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the MK's objection.
Thank you, the FF.
Thank you, Chair. We object.
Thank you, the ATM.
We object.
Thank you, the UAT.
Rahana.
Thank you. With those 4 objections noted and recorded, the report is agreed to. We now come to motions without notice, honourable members. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a motion without notice?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. As the African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with great sadness the passing of Ambassador Mahlangu on Sunday, the 24th of August 2025, while on his way to the South African hospital after a brief illness. Further notes that Mahlangu was part of the drafters of the first democratic constitution and was elected to the first democratic parliament of 1994. Understands that in 2002 he was elected permanently a deputy chair of the National Council of Provinces, and after the third democratic election in 2004, he was re-elected as a permanent deputy chair of the NCOP. Acknowledges that in January 2005, he was elected as the chairperson of the NCOP and represented South Africa in many international conferences and seminars. Further acknowledged that he held the position of a High Commissioner of Kenya, Ambassador Extraordinary of Somalia, and permanent representative of the United Nations office in Nairobi. Understands that this excellent career also includes a post as South African ambassador in the United States. Remembers his legacy as one of unwavering dedication and love for his country, and extend his heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, and colleagues who work alongside him. We therefore move.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The DA?
Honourable House Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that this House notes with great concern that the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, General Lusani Mapanyo, engaged in unsanctioned political diplomacy during his visit to Iran, that the President, as Commander-in-Chief, has effectively exonerated him despite clear breaches of the SANDF Code of Conduct and the Constitution's requirement of strict military neutrality, that this failure to impose consequences teaches the officers' corps all the wrong lessons, undermines parliamentary oversight, and deepens South Africa's diplomatic isolation, particularly in relation to the United States. That the Minister of Defence has failed in her constitutional duty to ensure accountability having authorized and defended the General's conduct, and calls on the President to urgently restore civilian control over the military, hold the Chief of the SANDF accountable, and reconsider the fitness of the Minister of Defence to hold office. I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? I see objections from...
The EFF object to this
Thank you.
madness.
The ANC and MK similarly. Thank you. There being objections, thank you. The UAT is also noted. This motion will be converted to a notice of motion for scheduling and debate in the House. The MK.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of MK Party, I move without notice that the House notes the ongoing Mazanga Commission into alleged interference in the SAPS political killing and investigations, including the disbandment and the docket removals raised by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Further notes reports that 121 dockets have been returned to the political killing task team, and that another committee has been established by Parliament to probe related matters, calls for urgent witness protection, preservation of evidence, and coordinated timetable between the Commission and other committee. Resolve that the Minister of Police table weekly updates to this House on the dogged chain of custody, case progress, and any executive direction issued by South African Police Service. I must emphasize once again, we have noticed that there is a...
Just hold on for a moment. I have a hand. Honorable Michalakis, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Chair. I rise on Rule 123. Rule 123.2, Rule 123.2 that states that a motion cannot be brought before this House that binds the executive. I believe this motion was earlier advised by the table that it is not allowed in terms of Rule 123.2. And the one that was circulated by the MK Party subsequent to that is a different motion before 12 o'clock that we received. And I would like to get your ruling on this because I believe that that motion was advised by the table to be out of order. Thank you.
Yeah.
Honorable members, okay, just put it on the record, please.
Speaker, MK Party will withdraw that notice without motion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The EFF. Order, honorable members. Allow the honorable Blosek to continue.
Keep quiet, members. Keep quiet.
Order.
Yeah, thank you very much, House Chair. On behalf of the EFF, I hereby move without notice that the House notes the hosting of the annual Umkhosi Womhlanga ceremony that was held in Mashobeni Royal Palace under the leadership of His Majesty King Mrs. Zwelithini. Further notes the cultural, social, and moral significance of this ceremony as a platform for celebrating and preserving our traditions and values, in particular, Usiko Lawazulu. Acknowledges His Majesty the King, King Mrs. Zwelithini, for his role in leading and sustaining this important cultural institution that instills pride amongst our people and preserving our cultures and our institutions. Further acknowledges the royal family for their contribution in protecting and honoring the rich heritage of the Zulu nation and the customs of our people. We recognize that Umkhosi Womhlanga is not only a cultural celebration, but also an occasion that unites the nation, instills disciplines, and uplifts young women through cultural pride and moral guidance. We must congratulate the participants, Izintombi Zomhlanga, for their dedication, discipline, and commitment to upholding this tradition on an annual basis and carrying forward the legacy of their forebearers. I so move.
Thank you. I put this motion. Are there any objections? No objection. Agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The African National Congress moved without notice that the House notes that the annual Police Commemoration Day that was observed on Sunday, 7 September 2025 at the SAPS Memorial Site at the Union Buildings in Pretoria. Further notes that the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency, Mr. Paulos Mashatile, joined the families of the officer and reservists who lost their lives in the line of duty. Recalls that this year's event commemorated 27 members of the SAPS who have fallen in line of duty in 12 months between 1 April 2025 and 31 March 2024. Condemns the ruthless criminals who sought to silence justice by killing our officers, reminds them that attacking a police officer is an attack on the state itself, and it will be met with the full might of the law. Express gratitude for the sacrifices made by the South African Police Services as our community's first line of defense, and extend its heartfelt sympathies to the families and loved ones of our brave officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. Honorable Dagmo.
House Chair, just a point of order. While the honourable member was delivering a very serious notice of motion around the loss of life by the South African police, from the other side, I think mainly the EFF and MK, they were showing disrespect. They were talking, they were making a noise while there was a statement to honour the fallen members of the South African police. I think it's disrespectful.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I note what you have said is just that maybe because we were changing with the House Chair and I did not notice any noise, but going further, can we all of us, can we give each other an opportunity? And I'm also speaking on the right-hand side because they're also making noise. So can we all give each other an opportunity to speak when it is that time? But we do note that, and I did ask if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The IFP?
Thank you, House Chairperson. On behalf of Inkatha Freedom Party, I move without notice that this House commends the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Government's decision to declare the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelez's grave as a provincial heritage site, that this House remembers that Prince Buthelezi was not only a leader, but a man of extraordinary devotion to his people and his country, acknowledges that he was also traditional Prime Minister to the Zulu nation under three kings, King Cyprian Bhegu Zulu, King Goodwill Zwelithini ka Bhegu Zulu, and King Misuzulu ka Zwelithini. Further acknowledges that he also founded the Inkatha Freedom Party in 1975, which he led until 2019 and became its president emeritus soon after that. Recognizes that he served as a member of Parliament from 1994 to 2023 and as a Minister of Home Affairs in the first government of national unity from 1994 to 2004. Further recognizes that Prince Buthelezi was sworn in on 22 occasions as acting president of the Republic of South Africa. Further congratulates the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal for preserving Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi's rich legacy that extends far beyond the cultural, ethnic, and political spectrum. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Agreed to. PA.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, I move without notice that the House notes with profound admiration and celebration of the historic and successful conclusion of the land claim by the Richtersveld community, a victory of 2 decades in the making. Further notes that the Constitutional Court in landmark judgment affirmed the community's customary law ownership of the ancestral land and its precious mineral resources, a ruling that stands as a powerful testament to the strength of our Constitution and the rule of law, recognizes that this claim logged in 1998 under the Restitution of Land Rights Act is rightfully restored ownership of approximately 194,600 hectares of land, including an 84,000 hectare coastal strip of diamond-rich land to its rightful custodians. The 2,630 beneficiaries of the Richtersveld calls on all relevant parties to ensure the full, equitable and effective implementation of the settlements so that the beneficiaries are restored to their heritage and realize that all people deserve this for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. FF plus.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the FF Plus that this House notes with sadness the recent passing of two great stalwarts of South African rugby, Bevan Fortuin and Jan Boland Coetzee, who were aged 46 and 80 respectively. Remembers that Bevan Fortuin, who was born on 6 February 1979, played 2 tests for the Springboks against Ireland in Dublin in 2006 and against Australia in Sydney in 2007, and played for the emerging Springboks, SA Under-21s and the Southern Kings. Provincially, he represented the SWD Eagles in 122 games between 2000 and 2010, and from 2005 to 2009, he played 79 times in the colours of the Toyota Cheetahs, including making 22 Vodacom Super Rugby appearances. Further acknowledges that after hanging up his boots, Fortuin ploughed back into the game with a long coaching career, most recently as head coach of Gold Cup side Northern Rhinos. Notes also that Jan Boland Coetzee, born 20 January 1945, made his debut against the British and Irish Lions in Cape Town in 1974 at the age of 29 and represented his country in six test matches. Further notes that Coetzee made 127 appearances for the Western Province in his time. He also turned out for the Junior Springboks, SA15, Gazelles and SA Universities, and excelled as winemaker as well. Expresses its deepest condolences to the family and loved ones of both Bevan Fortuin and Jan Boland Coetzee. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. Agreed to. Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. I, Dirlene James, on behalf of Action SA, move without notice that the House acknowledges that the Cape Flats has descended into a state of crisis where communities live under siege, gunfire echoes daily, and bullets litter the streets, leaving innocent residents in constant fear. Notes with grave concern that current law enforcement strategies have proven incapable of protecting these communities, with an under-resourced and understaffed police force unable to stem the bloodshed caused by these gangs. Further notes that the urgency to act rests only with the President, who has duly received public correspondence on behalf of all affected communities calling for the declaration of a state emergency in terms of Section 37 of our Constitution, recognizes that without decisive intervention, children will continue to lose their lives in their homes, in their schools, on the streets, while at play. Further recognizes that only the President, after years of imbizos and failed interventions, possesses the power to mobilize resources necessary to end the bloodshed through the declaration of a state of emergency as called for, enabling the deployment of intelligence services, the SANDF, and a whole of government response to restore safety and dignity to the people at the Cape Flats, as you have seen the protesters, the women who chained themselves to the gates of Parliament.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that Damapiano sensation Basetsane Maluleka, known as Basi, lit up the 2025 Metro FM Awards with a triumphant sweep, claiming 3 of the night's top honors for her chart-topping anthem Kwelanga 2.0 on the 20th of May. The ANC further notes that her powerful vocals and genre-defining sound reaffirmed her place at the forefront of South Africa's music scene. It recognizes that Basi first gained attention in 2018 with a feature on DJ Gijo's Kapela, and in 2019, she built her name with the hit Abafana Bestoko by TPO and Monotone, which received strong TV airplay. The ANC believes that Basi's triumph with Kwelanga 2.0 is more than just a personal victory. It is a powerful testament to resilience, creativity, and storytelling through music. And we wish to congratulate her on her achievements and wish her much success in her music career. Thanks, House Chair.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. Agreed to. ACDP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. On behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party, I hereby move that the House notes that given that South Africa is estimated to have 1 million people who are blind or visually impaired, and estimates show that there is some 97% unemployment among blind and partially sighted people. The South African Guide Dogs Association is soon to launch Shades Day, a campaign that raises funds to support visually impaired people and to create awareness about protecting our eyes from the sun's harmful rays. Further notes that the launch on the 17th of September at 11 a.m. in Paulshof, Johannesburg, involves an immersive experience themed around the world in 4 senses. That this House commends the innovative concept where people will get to meet guide dogs and puppies while learning about the importance of eye health. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. DA.
Honorable House Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, 1, notes that with the advent of the new Schedule 8 to the Labour Relations Act, the Code of Practice dismissal, the Department of Employment and Labour is taking the first small steps to try and deregulate the labour environment in South Africa. 2, recognizes that it is common cause that this deregulation will encourage the business community, and in particular the small business community, to open the gates and make way for employment of more employees. 3, resolves to admit that it has been a long journey and that this movement of deregulating the employment structures is a good start to encourage the business community to grow and to strive for increasingly more employees. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. The MK.
Chair, the MK objects. Thank you.
EFF.
We object. We are with the workers all the way.
There are objections. The motion will be converted to a notice of motion. Oh, sorry, the UAT?
The UAT object.
With those objections, the motion will then be converted to a notice of motion. At the MK?
Bonga Sihlalo, egameni lomkhonto wesizwe, I move without notice that the House notes escalating water outage in Johannesburg and elsewhere with critical infrastructure failures and economic disruption, recognizes the significant public interest in resolving this matter transparently and fairly, encourages the relevant authorities to take steps to address this matter fast and quick, reaffirm Parliament roles, continuing to monitor progress and engage the executive through the established oversight mechanism. I so move.
If there are no objections, honorable members, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the EFF without notice that this House notes the importance of municipalities, provinces, entities, and all government departments playing a stronger role in supporting locally manufactured goods as part of advancing industrialization and inclusive economic development. Further notes with concern that despite the existence of South African innovations such as SSS cars, founded by Spusiso September, Libra phones developed in Shoshanguve, and manufacturers such as Lindiwe sanitary towels, government procurement continues to favor foreign products over local production. Acknowledges that government procurement is a vital tool to support domestic industries, create jobs, and build sustainable economic capacity. Therefore resolves that the Portfolio Committee of Trade, Industry and Competition strengthen its oversight over procurement practices in government departments, municipalities, and public entities to ensure that opportunities for locally manufactured goods are prioritized and expanded. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. UDM. UDM. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC without notice that the House notes the International Day of Sign Language, which is celebrated every year on the 23rd of September. Further notes that the day recognizes the importance of sign languages in the realization of human rights for deaf people across the globe, aims to raise awareness of the deaf community's issues and challenges, celebrating the richness of sign language, culture, and promoting linguistic diversity. Understands that the day is a global movement towards recognizing the importance of sign languages in fostering inclusivity, accessibility, and understanding, and calls on all to help celebrate this day by remembering the power of communication, the strength in diversity, and the need to ensure everyone, irrespective of their abilities, has an equal opportunity to be heard. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Rise Mzansi.
I hereby move on behalf of Rise Mzansi that this House, one, celebrates the incredible work that's done by the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development as evidenced by its 2024-25 annual report, which was tabled by MEC Vuyiswa Ramokgopa. Recognize that the department supported over 9,700 subsistence producers, revitalized 11 agri-parks, and established 25 township abattoirs to strengthen local food economies. Knows that the department's veterinary services facilitated 5 billion rand in trade through stringent health certification and enhancing biosecurity and market access. Further recognize that the department created over 5,000 job opportunities through the EPWP program with a focus on youth, women, and persons with disabilities. Recalls that the department has placed particular focus on food waste reduction and to that end have supported agro-processing hubs, urban farms, and school gardens that reclaim surplus, reduce spoilage, and redistribute nutrition. And finally, affirms the need for similar efforts in other provinces to build a secular and inclusive food system where no harvest is wasted and every citizen is nourished. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. The MK.
Thank you, Chair. Please note the MK's objection. Thank you.
Noted. The DA.
The DA objects.
With those objections, the motion will then be converted to a notice of motion. Bosa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I rise on behalf of Bill 1.
Honorable Member, Honorable Maiman, please can you take a seat? There's a point of order. Honorable Reddy.
I think it was a slip of the tongue. I think you meant to say it'll be converted to a notice of motion.
I said exactly that. I don't know. You wanted me to recognize you, Honorable. Hi, Honorable Reddy. Continue, Honorable Mahimani.
Thank you, House Chairperson. On behalf of Build One South Africa, I move without notice that this House notes with deep sadness the passing of Ms. Tshidi Madia, a distinguished journalist and a respected commentator in South African politics. Recognizes her significant contribution to political reporting, her commitment to truth-telling, and her role in strengthening democratic discourse in our country. We express sincere condolences to her family, her colleagues, and the wider media fraternity during this time of loss. And we conveys its appreciation for a legacy of fearless journalism and dedication to holding leaders accountable. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. ATM.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the ATM, I move that this House notes with deep concern that the head of King Nzaka Zanzolo, the great Xhosa king who was killed by the British colonial forces in 1835, remains in the possession of foreign institutions and has not yet been returned to his people, recognizes that King Nza is a symbol of African resistance against colonial conquest, dispossession, and oppression, and the continued withholding of his head is an affront to the dignity and memory of African people, acknowledges the pain and trauma that this unresolved matter continues to inflict on the descendants of King Nza, the AmaXhosa nation, and all Africans who revere his sacrifice. Further recognizes that the restoration of African monarchies, the respect for their heritage, and the dignity of traditional leadership are integral to healing historical wounds and reaffirming African identity. Further resolve that Parliament, as a voice of the people, lends its full support to the rightful return of the remains of King Nza to ensure that justice, dignity, and historical redress are achieved. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. With no objections, agreed to. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with great sadness the passing on of the legendary South African actress Nandi Nyembe at the age of 75 on Saturday, 23 August 2025. Acknowledges that throughout her remarkable 53-year career, Nyembe has brought to life some of the most iconic characters on South African television. Recalls that award-winning actress became a household name through her unforgettable performances in drama series such as Soul City, Yizo Yizo, Zone 14, Showmax's Algalting, and Oscar-nominated South African film Yesterday. Understands that through every performance, Nandi gave our people pride and our stories a purpose. Recognizes that she broke barriers and inspired young actors in villages and townships to dream beyond their circumstances, and extends its heartfelt condolences to her family, friends, and colleagues in the entertainment industry. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. With no objections, agreed to. Al-Jama.
Thank you. Al-Jama moves without notice that the House notes and remembers that this year marks the 56th commemoration of Imam Abdullah Harun, who was brutally tortured by the apartheid security branch members whilst in detention. Further remembers that since his detention on 28 May 1969, he endured brutal torture and succumbed to his injuries on 27 September 1969. Notes that the rites of his arrest marked the Mauludun Nabi celebration of the birth of our messenger, the last messenger, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Further notes that this year, in the month of September, Muslims globally celebrate 1,500 years of the birth of the last messenger, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Acknowledges that the month September since 1963 until 1977, 11 killings in detention occurred, including that of Steve Biko, Suleiman Saluji, Salwandile, and 7 more activists. Further acknowledges the 2022 reopened inquest and findings of Imam Haroon's killings and reopening of Steve Biko's inquest on 12 September 2025, that the House recommends to the Department of Basic Education to consider introducing the book Killing of the Imam, written by Bani Desai, and kind of money
your
to
time
the
has
set work of
expired.
books.
If there are no objections,
So move.
I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The DA.
Honourable Chairperson, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House celebrates the Springbok women's inaugural appearance in a Rugby World Cup quarter-final, marking their best ever performance in this tournament. Congratulates Captain Nolusendi Soboy, Coach Swais de Bruin, the players and support staff for their ceiling-shattering efforts, recalls that their victory over higher-ranked Italy was their first against this formidable opponent and moved South Africa into the top 10 of the World Rugby rankings, notes that these impressive results were achieved despite women's rugby still undergoing professionalization in South Africa, considers that the Imbokodo's physically dominant style is an important symbol for women's strength and resilience in the context of South Africa's twin crises of gender-based violence and femicide, reflects on the unique nation-building power of sport and particularly rugby in South Africa, recognizes the Springbok women as national heroes and a model for future development, and heeds the call for increased investment into women's rugby and women's sport more generally in South Africa. Watinta Bafazi, Watinta Imbokodo. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. With no objections, agreed to. NCC. ANC.
The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows that the pupils from Kefane Arts Academy in Ngobo, Eastern Cape, have advanced beyond the national stage of the Juicy Gems Coding for Mandela competition and will represent at the World Championships on September 30 to be held virtually. We further remember that the pupils, Mishak, Chloe, Thirika, Dia, and Nikara from the Academy have been selected as top 8 finalists in the Tangible Africa Global Coding Unplugged competition to earn their place on the global stage. We further acknowledge that this prestigious challenge, hosted by the Tangible Africa, initiated by Nelson Mandela University and the Lever Foundation, is all about making coding accessible, recognizing that through hands-on, unplugged activities and creative problem-solving, these young minds are mastering the fundamentals of coding in the most innovative ways. And we further expresses its gratitude to the Kefane Arts Academy for representing our country on the global stage.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. PAC. UAT.
Thank you, Speaker. Please allow me to sit. The UAT move without notice that the Social Assistance Act of 2004 provide the disability grant as support for persons with disability. But under Regulation 20, subsection 2, the income of the spouse is counted in the means test, whether married in or out of community of property. This means that many people with disability could lose or reduce access to their grants once they marry, not because their disability has changed, but simply because their spouse has earned an income. In effect, this undermines the Constitution, Section 9 on equality, Section 10 on dignity, and Section 27 on social security. I therefore call the Department of Social Development to urgently review this provision so that persons with disability are not unfairly punished for choosing to marry. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Good. MK.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the MK Party, I move without notice that the House,
welcomes the African Union theme of the year 2025, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. That it notes the urgent need for South Africa to give effect to AU resolutions on reparations and restorative justice to address the historical crimes of slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. Recognizes that a comprehensive reparation and restorative justice implementation plan covering legal acknowledgement, restitution mechanisms, economic justice measures, and assets or cultural restitution would mark a significant step towards justice and healing. That the House encourages the executive and relevant stakeholders to prioritize engagement with Parliament and the public on concrete measures to implement such a plan in line with the AU theme of the year. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. With no objections, agreed to. The DA.
Honorable Chairperson, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes the urgent need for the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, DIRCO, to intervene in the South African Hajj and Umrah Council SAHU controversy and ensure the protection of South African pilgrims' rights and interests. 2, appeal to the Serial Rights Commission to investigate the allegations of corruption and deception against SAHUK and share its findings to this House, especially considering there are allegations of misconduct and forensic reports. 3, calls on DIRCO to advise on any new directive from the Hajj Ministry regarding Hajj operations for transparency in the interests of South African pilgrims. 4, urges for transparency and accountability in Hajj operations for South African Muslims. 5, calls for the implementation of the Nusuk Hajj system to ensure a more efficient and organized Hajj experience rather than a monopoly by SAHUK as the only tour operator. And lastly, urges for urgent action to be taken to prevent SAHUK from becoming a monopoly given the impending Hajj season and the need to protect the interests of South African pilgrims. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. With no objections, agreed to. The ANC.
House Chair, the ANC moves without notice that the House notes that the United Nations International Day of Peace is celebrated on the 21st of September each year. This is to recognize the efforts of those who have worked hard to end conflict and promote peace. Further notes that the International Day of Peace is also a day of ceasefire in all aspects. Understands that the theme for 2025's International Day of Peace is, I quote, act now for the peaceful world, close quote. Believes that the theme appreciates the fact that everyone in society has a role to play and that we can all come together to speak out against issues like hate-fueled violence, racial and gender-based discrimination, and more, and encourages us all to raise awareness of this day by helping to raise a new generation of peacekeepers to create a condition for dialogue amongst civilizations, cultures, and people based upon respect and shared values. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. With no objections, agreed to. Honorable members, that concludes motions without notice. The last item on the order paper is notices of motions. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of motion?
Thank you very much, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate the role of cyber intelligence in policing cybercrime in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. TA.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the negative impact of broad-based black economic empowerment policies on the South African economy and their failure to meaningfully uplift disadvantaged South Africans. I so move.
Thank you. MK.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I hereby giving notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move on behalf of the Mkondo Wesizwe Party that lendlu ixoxe ngomthelelo omubi wokugeleza kwenkece ezingekho emthethweni okuphuca iNingizimu Afrika neAfrika yonke jikelele izigidi zamarandi minyaka yonke. Siphinde sikhathazeke ngokuphoqwa kohlelo olubizwa nge-OECD olubizwa nge-two-pillar system oluthatha amalungelo ethu entela luwanike amazwe angaphandle acebile. Further that this House debate the urgent need to South Africa to reject framework that enrich neo-colonialism dependence and instead champion a UN tax convention as an alternative, progressive and just global tax framework that restore our fiscal Soviet, compel multinational to pay their fair share and redirect stolen wealth
Honorable
back
Member,
to our
your
people.
time has expired.
So I move.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you, Chair. The South African real estate market has been saturated by white minorities who are engaged in structured racism to exclude the black majority, reproducing apartheid special patterns and racial inequalities. This is deliberately done to drive up property market values, exclude local participation, and prioritize foreign investment, further entrenching racism in housing and land ownership. I hereby move on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that in the next sitting, the House must debate the inflated prices of properties in South Africa, which make it impossible for the black middle class and working class people to access housing. Thank you.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House at its next sitting must debate the building of a united.
Honorable Member, please can you, Honorable Members, there's a lot of noise now and we can't hear the speakers. Continue, Honorable Member.
Building of a united front of community leaders, civil societies, businesses, and every citizens against crime. Thank you.
Thank you. The IFP.
On behalf of Inquest Party, I hereby give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House that the House debates the proliferation of illegal firearms in our communities, which continues to fuel bloodshed and entrench criminal networks.
Thank you. The PA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby give notice that on the next sitting day of the House, I shall move on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance that the House debates the outrage and grave concern that the residents of Brisbane and Johannesburg have been subjected to a complete and unacceptable lack of access to running water for a period exceeding 3 weeks. Acknowledges that the absence of such a necessity has created a devastating humanitarian crisis, jeopardizing public health, hygiene, and the safety of vulnerable groups, including children and the elderly. Recognizes that the persistent infrastructure failures and the Metro's demonstrable lack of capacity and urgency in resolving this crisis are indicative of a deeper systematic collapse in the governance and accountability within the municipality. Further, calls upon the Minister of Police to urgently investigate why SAPS opened fire on the people who demonstratingly peacefully for their rights and deal with those officers. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby give notice that on the next sitting day of the House, I shall move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that the House debates the effectiveness of Parliament's going paperless strategy, considering the unnecessary and wasteful expenditure that still occurs daily due to superfluous printing and the effect thereof in contributing to deforestation, excessive water and energy consumption, and pollution. I so move.
Thank you. Action SA.
I hereby move on behalf of Action SA that the House debates at its next sitting that South Africans have been betrayed by a coalition government which has failed to produce a single credible plan to address the lack of growth and the deepening unemployment crisis, as economic growth has remained below 1% since the formation of the GNU, resulting in an increasing expanded unemployment rate of 43%. I so move.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson.
I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate mainstreaming culture and heritage to assist in the decolonization and the public social aspect and the education system. I so move.
Thank you. ACDP?
There's no motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The DA?
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the alarming rise in child pregnancies in South Africa with specific focus on the Eastern Cape, where between April and July this year, 117 girls aged between 10 and 14 gave birth in public facilities. These shocking figures expose not only a social and health crisis, but also the failure of the SAPS to act decisively against statutory rape and sexual abuse. Parliament must urgently debate why perpetrators continue to escape justice and why the SAPS is failing to protect the most vulnerable members of our society. I so move.
Thank you. MK?
Thanks, House Chair. I hereby give notice that the next sitting of this House, I shall move on behalf of the MK Party that the House debates the severe challenges faced by police stations, which with a specific focus on the crisis of motor vehicle repairs. The MK Party believes that the shortage of roadworthy police vehicles is crippling crime prevention, undermining public safety, and demands urgent and immediate government action to restore operational capacity. Chair, crime came to Parliament today. We saw two women who chained themselves against the gates of Parliament to draw attention. It was not acting, to draw attention to the crisis of crime prevention. Let us do something to prevent crime in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters and move that in its next sitting, the House debates an alternative electricity pricing policy that will, one, ensure more affordable electricity to all South Africans, and number two, ensure that all indigents receive 200 kilowatt hours free electricity. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM?
No motion, Chair.
Thank you. ANC? ANC?
Thanks, House Chair. I move that it's at its next sitting. In the next sitting of the National Assembly, we move that the debate needs to, that the House debates the need to advance inclusive economic participation for women, youth, and persons with disability by addressing structural barriers that exist in the labor market, expanding procurement opportunities, and strengthening enterprise support mechanisms to promote equitable growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rise Mzansi? Osa? Osa? ATM?
I move on behalf of ATM that this House in the next sitting debates the impact of all forms of illicit trade on the South African economy and how this impacts job creation, public health and safety, discourages investment and fuels organized crime. The country is under siege from criminal elements that are using illicit trade to fund terrorist activities and criminal activities across the country, the continent, and the world. I so move.
I'll give you an opportunity, Posa, but I called Posa twice and you did not respond.
My apologies, House Chairperson. I did not hear you at all. Honorable House Chairperson, I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move an urgent matter of state-owned enterprise financial mismanagement as highlighted by the Auditor General's latest report. That the House notes with alarm that the Auditor General is finding that key state-owned SOEs remain financially unsustainable, with adverse or disclaimed audit outcomes becoming the norm across entities. Further notes that despite repeated bailouts amounting to hundreds of billions of rands over the past decades, that SOEs continue to drain the fiscus without demonstrating improved governance, financial stability, or service delivery. Acknowledges that the mismanagement of SOEs not only undermines investor confidence and economic growth, but also diverts scarce resources from essential public services such as health, education, and policing. And resolves that Parliament must demand a comprehensive strategy for each SOE, with such strategies being tied to measurable performance indicators, timeframes, and accountability mechanisms, failing which further bailout should be
Honorable
decided.
Member, your time has expired. Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate improving the availability, function, and decentralization of victim empowerment centers across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Al-Jama.
I give notice that this House debates in the next meeting for South Africa to protect its 9 citizens who have joined the Global Sumud Flotilla, a coalition from 44 countries sailing together on 55 boats from Tunisia to take humanitarian aid to Gaza. The South African citizens are reinforcing their support of the country's International Court of Justice, the ICJ, case against the Zionist Israeli entity's genocide of Gazans. Thank you.
Thank you. The TA.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the next sitting, this House debates the rise of political killings and threats against officials as an inhibitor of professionalizing local governments. I so move.
Thank you. NCC. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress.
Honorable Member, can you put your mic? Or it's either you sit down.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House at its next sitting must debate the development and strengthening of local economies, creation of jobs and promotion of job placements, especially for the youth. So I move.
Thank you. PAC. UAT.
Thank you, Speaker. I give notice that next sitting of the House, that this House must debate the issue of taxing trusts in South Africa, with particular reference to the extent in which the trusts are being used to legitimate estate planning versus tax avoidance and illicit financial flows, the implications of trust taxation of wealth distribution, inequality, and fiscal sustainability in South Africa, potential reform to ensure that taxation of trust align with the principle of fairness, transparency, and economic transformation, the adequacy of the current legislative framework governing the taxation of trust. I so move.
Thank you. Rise Mzansi. I called you, but you were not here.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of Rise Mzansi that at its next sitting, the House debate the state of South Africa's academic hospitals, especially the Dr. George Mukari, Chris Hani Baragwanath, and also the former King Edward Hospital, given the increased pressures they face due to population growth and inadequate budget. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable Mkalipi, there's no money involved. We must give each other opportunities. Good. MK.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I here give notice that I shall move on our next sitting that this House debates government's failures to rein in foreign online gambling operators who are siphoning more than 1.5 trillion out of South Africa. The MK demands stricter licensing and advertisement control, decisive action to shut down illegal platforms, and urgent measures to protect our people from exploitation and addiction. I so move.
Thank you. The TA.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move, in light of President Ramaphosa's remarks yesterday, that the ANC councillors can learn how to govern a municipality well by looking at how DA municipalities...
Honourable members, there's absolutely no need to shout. And you are not allowed to shout in the House. Please.
House Chairperson. House Chair, a lot of support from President Ramaphosa's remarks that ANC councillors can learn how to govern a municipality well.
Honourable, can you please take a seat? Honourable Tambo.
Unfortunately, because of a lot of noise.
Honourable members, honestly, I can't even hear what Honourable Tambo is saying. You are shouting and there is a point of order.
Thank you, Chairperson. There's too much noise. We can't hear what the Honourable is saying. If people are offended by the remarks of their president, they must take it somewhere else. We want to hear. Can you repeat from the beginning so we can hear properly that input?
Honourable members.
We so move, Chair.
Honourable members. Honestly speaking, honourable members, honestly speaking, I even said it that we couldn't even hear anything because you howled. Honestly, no, you have brought this on yourself. Honorable Mkalakis, I'll give you another opportunity to start afresh.
Thank you.
House Chair.
Thank you, House Chair.
Please, can we keep it down? Honorable members.
Thank you,
okay,
House Chair.
Now I will call you by name. Continue, Honorable.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby
Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair.
IT, can you please switch off the mic?
I hereby wish to move, in light of President Ramaphosa's remarks yesterday,
no,
that the ANC councillors can learn how to govern a municipality well by looking at how DA municipalities like the City of Cape Town and Stellenbosch municipalities are run, that this House debates how parties can follow the President's advice and learn from the DA's excellent track record of governance on local level that creates jobs and improves people's lives. I so move.
Thank you. I will now call Honorable Mahlatsi. Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Please accept my apology.
Honorable members, can you please keep it down?
Thank you, Chairperson. Please accept my apology. It was too noisy. Can he please repeat it?
At some point, we must also go home. So we'll continue and give the ANC an opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. With all due respect, you are ready for that debate. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate the prioritizing of the efforts to resolve South Africa's inner city housing challenges and rooting out acts of criminality in accommodation that goes with it in the inner cities.
Thank you. Honorable members, that was the last item on the order paper. And I request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the maids to leave the House. That concludes the business of the day and the House is adjourned.
Thank you, Chairperson.